fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everybody. It's a wonderful Wednesday here for some Rainbow Six. And speaking of wonderful things and getting some more W's in here, I've got Huialku here once again to commentate for tonight's match. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How you doing, Treasure?
I'm doing great. I'm super pumped for tonight's match.
Yeah, we got Marion versus WCU, which is Western Colorado University. So first off, I think we can take a look at these rosters and see what is cooking with these different players. So looking at the screen here, we have Marion University coming up first. We have Paynes, Thwapper Boy, I think is how you say that, Claws, Icy, and Dusky Games. So that's an interesting way of spelling each one of those names, but you know, we love it.
Nice and anti-phonetic almost. It's a young roster as well. I think we're looking at two young rosters. This one having just Thwapper Boy there as a non-freshman in his junior year. On the other side as well, on Western Colorado. Oh, there it is. There we go, we got them all. There's Claude, Livid, Boo, They Call Me Smalls, and Cam Lewis. So another pretty young team, but they do have a little more breadth to the age of all these players.
Yeah, some sophomores and then the senior, of course. We got to highlight the seniors in the last go of it. This is now
especially spring semester.
Exactly. So almost getting to that completion. In this matchup, though, we will have a best of three, as always. Regular season best of threes, and then even in the playoffs, I think, until we get to those grand finals. It's pretty much best of threes all the way through. So let's take a look at those maps, though, and see what was banned out. What do we have for the map pool that we will be seeing? Clubhouse first, Oregon second. The first two maps you see on your screen were banned out. And so then the last two bans would lead us to Chalet being the deciders. So Clubhouse first here. What are your thoughts on going into that map, Trish?
Yeah, I mean, once again, we really commonly, I think this will be the case for most of this season going forward. We're going to be seeing these maps a lot. These are the ones that are just absolutely the favorites of most players at the moment. Oregon and Clubhouse especially being infamous for being so well played. So these are loved and cherished, and in some places a little more disliked than others because of that. Some people say a little bit this gets boring, but it's always going to be a great test of your fundamental skills. Chalet, on the other hand, being a little more new and fresh.
Yeah, I love Chalet. I hope we get there, of course. One of my favorite maps. But even on the other stream right now that's currently going, obviously NACC has two streams now this season, something new. So always go check out that game as well. That's going to be, what was it? I'm trying to look right now. CUW versus Fanshawe, that was it. So that is on the other channel. Take a look at that. But I think we're almost ready to jump into the matchup here. Something to keep in mind is there's the different divisions. This is going to be that challenger division. So this is kind of the middle of the pack division as far as the ranks or ratings of these players might go. So we're kind of right in the middle where you're going to see some things that might be little small mistakes, you know, at a higher level. So I'm just trying to set the bar of what expectations should be here, right? I know some casters can get pretty upset when they're used to seeing a certain level play and then things don't go according to play. I'm just going to go with the expectation that they're still learning, these teams here, but they still have a good fundamental framework that they're going to be working with.
Yeah, I like the challengers level of play because for the most part they are quite competent at all of these things that they're going to be doing. So you get to look at some more specific niche things that need to be fixed, as opposed to, you know, figuring out how to play cohesively as a team or anything. So they'll have these pre-established notions of what they should be doing, and they know what they're doing as far as the ban phase goes. And it's Clubhouse. I think most of us who have ended up here are going to know that the Thatcher ban is definitely going to be our first step to a Clubhouse banning phase. He just can't go through on this map.
No, I mean he's always going to be banned up pretty much, right? Unless we have a weird, funky ban phase, but almost always banned. Now the other thing that's interesting here is the Maverick being banned because that's both the primary walls being opened up. People, right? The two ops that get those things done very quickly. Maverick a little more time, but still kind of guarantees that it can get open unless some good explosive work can come out from the defense. Now a lot more difficult to get things opened up. Of course, getting the Kate out will allow things to be a little bit easier since you know they have to play the denial on the floor now.
Yeah, Western Colorado here, they chose to make that Maverick ban. They have to attack first, so that's something that they're going to have to live with. But something they're not going to be able to live with is the Kaid sticking around. Mira is just going to be really strong on this map. She sets up a lot of phenomenal anchoring points for the team. But that Kaid having the electric walls that just could not be dealt with without the Maverick or Thatcher would have been a death sentence to an attacking phase. Really would have given us one of those 0-6 halves right off the bat to go back and forth. That's like a guaranteed overtime match if you're doing that.
Right. I mean, that has been what I've seen. Something else to take into account is that Valkyrie is going to be available here. So I expect to see some really good cam placements and, you know, maybe even some runouts or peek outs based on the information that they can gather from those cams. Looking at the lineup, they're going to actually 6-pick over to Cali. I mean, with things having to be on the ground, then that will allow her gadget to actually be useful here. Sometimes with the Cade, you know, her gadget can't clear those if they're not right on the wall itself. Need to locate and defuse bomb. A very good adjustment, but I still wonder how good she can be because she does have that sniper rifle, which in this game, you know, you need a pretty good fire rate normally.
Yeah, this is a very measured decision here that Western Colorado is making because they did force a situation where a bandit is going to be used or potentially a mute otherwise if they don't want to go hard electrification. But they're going to be necessary for keeping walls closed on a couple of points. You look at both the construction walls and, of course, CCTV right here where Claus is reinforcing and setting up to be that main bolster against an attack directly onto site. So
5 seconds
making that ban and already having a player who's ready to pick up the Cali, that's an interesting thing right there, right off the bat. So Boo will definitely be a point for paying some extra attention to, in addition to the other two hard breachers that have been brought on the team.
Seeing some chat going on where they're saying there's some issues possibly going on, so we'll continue to monitor that and see what's going on. But the round will continue to play out as is right now. Someone's having a mouse issues, it sounds
See you
like.
on the other side.
So that's not good. Hopefully they can get that resolved here. Well, anyway, looking at what they brought for hard breach, it is that Hibana, and the Thermite is also available. So Hibana going to do some work on Garage, which is pretty normal, right? Get some lines of sight opened up. Try and give yourself possibly some entryway into Garage if they so desire. Thermite, he's going to be the one getting that primary wall. The breach will come through now after that Cali charge. Got rid of the bandits, like we had mentioned, being the possibility. And, well, she's already done her job. Now she can stand and overwatch in the background and just watch out for anyone who might want to swing that breach. But pushing is unwise in this case, as Frosta is going to get a kill onto Cam Louie. But the down does come through onto them from Livid in the refrag, but they just maybe don't have that information yet since they aren't going in and finishing that kill off.
Well, Frosta here downed. It's even on the man count on the board right now. Great time being made by Western Colorado, opening up the walls. That's a lot of the... I mean, that's exactly what you want in the first minute, especially in a game where you're not going to have that Maverick available. So they're trucking on right on time, but they're going to need to start pinching up into site and establishing the crossfires that will actually allow them to get into the site and get that bomb planted and get Quad all the way in there.
I'm wondering if he has the mouse bug then, which is different than, well, I mean, it would be the cursor thing too. You'd think that they would mention that, but nothing happening so far. They're kind of just going to troll here. They put that in chat in case anyone's wondering what is going on here because of that issue that was going on. So hopefully that can be resolved. I don't know if this player is going to have to leave and come back or what we're going to end up doing here, but this round's kind of foregone at this point because of that glitch happening up. I don't know if they're calling for a rehost or what. We'll have to clarify that with them. But that is going to be the player who had that mouse issue. That's the person who just left. So hopefully we can pause and fix the problem because we know that rehost sucks.
Yes, hopefully once we get to those last 35 seconds, we'll fix that. And they're given plenty of time to get back reconnected and everything may as well play out that time. But right off the bat, what we were able to see before this rehost or Sion was very formidable attack coming off from Western Colorado. Marion, we got to see a little bit of the flank play there. Frost obviously traded right off the bat. Oh god, Boo taking so many lives. So many teammates' lives.
5 seconds. Just a work of art right here. Trying to get some off practice and 16 Cali. Yeah, not happening. Her gun really isn't the greatest weapon to try and no-scope with, I'll say that. Doesn't have the greatest accuracy, but we'll see. I'm not sure if they had called for an official rehost, or are we pausing here? I guess that's the real question as we try and figure this out. But while that's resolved, we'll come back to our lovely faces here, Tresh, of course, with your lovely background as well. I love it. The loggers.
Oh, you know what we say around here, loggers, poggers.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Oh, yeah. So that's a quick shout out to Lakeland Community College and my students here. I love you, boys. Anyways, so that's the thing that's going to happen, where we're going to lose some rounds. It's a day of a couple glitches already. That's just how it is sometimes. But still, no less amped for the gameplay once we're able to get back in it and actually get to see them in action. I am still excited to see Western Colorado playing with the Cali, and I'm even more anticipating seeing what the move is from Marion in response. 6 rounds from now, once they get that opportunity to switch off and have to make the attack on Clubhouse with neither Thatcher nor the Maverick.
Right, like, well, what are they going to do? It makes sense if they go upstairs to bring the Cali, but if they're basement, then they don't. Cade's banned, so you don't need it for that. You can get the hatches for free. So, I mean, it's not a huge deal, but that's the thing you could do, though, is you could throw the other team off. They think you're going to go upstairs. Well, actually, we'll start downstairs, make them bring the Cali. That way, it's not as useful. So, I mean, there's some things that they could do maybe mentally to try and mess with the other team, having that advantage of switching into the second half versus starting off right off the bat. Because it looks like the attackers had read right into that defense, knowing that they'd go to that standard bomb site first, bring in the Cali. So they didn't make a mistake. But, there's always a possibility that could happen, which, it's not like Cali's impossible to use inside the building going to the basement attack or something. Like, you can, but it's just not nearly as useful. So we'll see if that becomes a problem later on, right? Maybe they wish they had a different gun in hand, but can only know that once it happens, right? It's one of those situations where
if you're last man up, getting stuck with the SPS MG, it's not the worst secondary gun. I mean, it's probably the best secondary gun, but I mean, you're going to be going up against a lot of primary guns pushing up on the side. I mean, you're going to end up in those situations with like a Jaeger Vigil with full-on rifles, and you got a secondary SMG in your hands. That's not really where you want to be pulling up the flank, and you're going to be doing that more often than not with the Cali, since you're staying back, trying to use that sniper as long as you have it available, of course. But I mean, further on the basement with the Kite off the board, those hatches are going to be a little more vulnerable. Hibana is still on the board. We saw her right off the bat in tandem with Thermite. So I think we'll be seeing quite a lot of Hibana. She's going to be adding lots and lots of value to the team, I think, on a basement attack, which I think we have to be anticipating more of. Both teams have to be wanting to go to basement as much as possible with this lineup.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. Well, I guess... Wait, sorry, producer. Were we saying break, or are we saying they're ready to go again? Oh, okay. I see. So it is a full rehost. So we will be going to a short break, getting right back as soon as that is ready. Just because sitting around talking like this will bore you to death. So we'll be right back in a minute.
I'm living up every breath. I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. afraid, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death.
Hello, welcome back. We have reset everything. Hopefully this time we don't have any other bugs. That's always fun, but it happens, right? So
yeah, what's going
once
on
again,
mainstream?
back into
Chief say
the
never
fray.
casted so many 90-second rounds.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. I saw Chief's comments, so we'll have to see exactly what happened over there. But right now, I will focus on the matchup. We're gonna go right back to CCTV and Cash.
It's
so
already
hopefully
5-0.
that is going to allow us here to see how this round would really unfold, as we saw a pretty interesting engagement, a trade basically as one was down, and then after that, I think they just started to troll after that because they realized, oh, that person has a bug, so why would we continue to play the round out? So here, they're going to, again, 6 over to that Cali, so it makes sense, right? Nothing really being changed up here on either side that I can really notice. That, which I think is part of the rules too, actually, when you rehost, you're supposed to go right back to the same lineup. So here we go, jumping in.
Oh, sorry about that, Wes. There's something wrong technically on my side over here, but now we're back into it. There we go.
Wait, do you have sound? I don't have sound.
Nah, I don't have sound right now. I was wondering if that was I was wondering if that was a continuation of my issue, but no, this time I'm okay. There we go. It's
all right, we got it.
And we're back into it. Everything's running smoothly now. This is what we like to see. Okay, back to all the same. I think this is the same numbers from everyone. It should be anyways. But speaking of the defense, we talked about the offensive line quite a bit. So most of this is pretty standard. The castle on CCTV and Cash is a little less common to see though.
Yeah, I was thinking that too when I first saw him last round before we had the rehost and all that, so didn't have time to comment. So thank you for bringing that up. It's a point that is important. I think Castle, we've seen more played in today's game. It just buys a little bit more time, a little bit more flexibility.
That one scared me right there. Did you see that?
Right?
He barely got enough in time for his shot.
He's playing a dangerous game there, buddy. Oh, Livid's trying to get in on the action right off the bat and saw that and took advantage of just clearing it. They have extra breaching charges, right? But the other thing that too is they have the sledge, so they're gonna get it for free. But I guess where else are you gonna use your breaching charges on this? Not like there's not many places. Maybe Hatch, which sledge you can also get. So you know you can use them pretty sparingly, or not sparingly, pretty loosely, we'll say. But they're gonna get the wall open just like last time. Cali gonna clear it out. This is exactly what you'd expect. Frosty that opening on the cameras again, so things are repeating themselves just like we saw before. It's kind of ironic. But in this case,
all perfect for the sake of competitive integrity.
Right. Frosta isn't gonna get down this time though. That's the difference.
That is going to make quite a difference too, since he's shown that he can consistently get that first frag 2 times in a row. So let's see what he does on another entry, since they weren't able to find a refrag on him this time. He's taking his time, but still watching the same angle. This time Western Colorado doesn't want to mess with it though. They've already sunk some time and effort in there, but it might be a flank coming out from Livid playing alone in Oil Pit once again.
Let's say they're kind of creeping up through oil. I'm not sure what they're going to gain from it. The question here is, why are you putting all those Sabanas on that when you just needed 2 to get rid of the castle barricade? Either way, I mean, it's not a huge deal. I was going to see Cloud getting that kill onto Frosta, so that's the refrag coming in a bit late, but it's the same death that we saw last time. It's a different player getting the kill, I think, but it's just kind of funny that the rehost for this is kind of replaying the same way now that we're actually in the game with no bugs. So that's just a little bit of information that we can take with us and push forward, but they're only down to a minute now. This isn't a lot of time, and they have the wall open, they have the windows open, so they have the crossfires that they'd like. They can go for a plant soon, but they really have to still be aware of this player on red. Livid getting that kill on the Pains, though, is going to allow them to have a man advantage now on the attacking side of things, so now they can start trying to push that advantage, get this plant.
Livid has a silenced AK as well. The C4 goes out, as plays perfectly to take out Claude before that defuse is going to go down. Another one being flung out. It's going to damage Boo, but that's not quite where they need it to be to actually deny plant a second time. I don't know if they'll be able to hear Boo putting down the plant. They definitely don't have the C4 available. There's a couple kills coming out. The attacker's poised perfectly to watch into sight. Wapper Boy is all on his own. This time his Castle Barricade won't save him from getting domed.
Yeah, Livid using that AK with the silencer on it, so you never know where the shots are coming from. There's no indicator with that, but the damage is going to be lessened. So you saw a few bullets were needed to take them out. Here's coming that C4 in the replay here as beautiful stuff coming out and catching the plant, but it just wasn't quite enough. The positions and the coverage from those attackers were perfect for the post plant, and defenders, a valiant effort, but not able to get anything further trouble. Second C4 did miss on that player on CC window, which I think kind of was the end of it all. They needed that kill to clear one less angle to watch out for. We're going to see them go to the same bomb site again here, it looks like. We'll see this time what they're going to do to adjust to this attack that allows them to get the walls open pretty quickly.
I would really like to see another situation like that play out again. We did see that. It's kind of funny how that mirrored the first time we did round one, because it was the same thing from Western Colorado, and I was watching for it this time as well. After the first minute, they blazed through the initial utility opening. They got all of the miniature objectives that they need. They got the wall open, they got a player on CC window, they've got pressure coming up through garage. That's looking great, but they didn't quite know what to do with it next. They were able to get into sight, and fortunately for them, Claude's death was the opening that they needed to bait out the C4s and get the plant down. But I think the fault here for Marion is not finding the retake that they need. I think they're relying on those C4s as opposed to proper positioning. So they opened themselves up to some of those default post-plant angles. So I really want to see them get another chance to retake site and see if that will repeat itself, because that might be a real thorn in their side if they can't stop Western Colorado from putting down Diffuser, and that's something they're going to be thinking of as well, especially with that earlier 6 picked away from Montaigne.
Well, Cloud going to bait out a bandit charge, as they know that this bandit can bandit trick mini. He's going to grab his bandit charge here on the wall and put it up and down, up and down. He put the wrong side, though. It's going to be too late. He almost gets down to the damage and gets finished off by Cloud. So that's going to be an easy kill. The bandit trick not paying off because he was on the wrong wall. Unfortunately, Frosta in the Raptors area is taking a lot of damage and has to contest both the breach, which he gets shot from, and finish off Cloud. A double kill on the round. Hard Breacher is going Fragmite mode, getting the first 2 kills in this one.
Those crossfires prove real deadly for Frosta. They're just getting totally stuck, and unfortunately that's 2 deaths right off of an unfortunately failed bandit trick right there. Livid playing once again in a new position with that silenced AK, which is paying off. Great, Rapper Boy and Pains are alone, but inside with still some positions of coverage. Rapper Boy's UMP isn't quite do enough damage though to finish off Cam Lewis, who is able to get in there. Pains off site now is going to have to retake the intel alone. He's got some intel to work off, and his SMLG11 is going to sing true on recycle first. But he's got 4 more to deal with. It's got to be an ace and a defuse. Yeah, the ads are just stacked against him, and through the smoke, there's no way of telling where Livid's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, they have a normal site setup, and yet the way they're playing it isn't quite working out. And you'd think with the Maverick being banned, it would actually be easier for you. There's also, if you notice that first round and then the second round, there wasn't anyone on the window right away when they were bandit tricking. So they really actually were pretty safe doing that bandit trick. They just didn't do it properly, unfortunately. And that's going to cost them. 2 times in a row, the wall gets opened up early on. They have plenty of time then for the attackers to just play the game of finding where these bodies are. And unfortunately, they even kind of fed into the attackers as that rotate going by the soft wall and Raptors also cost a second body. That was your Wamai Frosta in the rafters area, that's a key position. You cannot lose that, especially not early. If it's in the last few seconds of a round, last 45 seconds maybe, you can get away with it because they're like rushing the plant, right? But as long as you have someone in that position on rafters, you're stopping them from pushing in and getting that plant. Once you lose that position, your leverage is gone. So unfortunate for them, they weren't able to bring it through either time. Here they're going to try base down. I mentioned before, Cade is banned. He's the only one who can deny that hard breach on the hatches because he can throw one of his K charges up there. That's not available, so Hibana can open these hatches virtually for free. This one that Frost is getting right now in kitchen, you could impact trick from below, meaning you shoot some bullet holes and then throw an impact up through it to hit the hard breach off of the hatch. Well, that can be done to a certain degree, but you only have, well, actually, for some reason, Valk's actually bringing them impact, so maybe they will impact trick the kitchen hatch.
Yeah, the impact tricking is really valuable here, so keeping someone underneath with those can add so much in a situation such as this, since you're talking about the Hibanas. An additional great pick is actually the Aruni. I really like that. She's a great operator to pick anytime, but adding some more utility dump onto those, that's not just a couple Hibana pellets, opening them up every time you actually have something to oppose it a little bit more. Frosta once again playing up pretty close, trying to find an opening pick, but already is wary of the angle from the window. There's probably going to be someone there at least soon. He definitely knows that's a danger. So he's got to watch out for that, especially as the drones start coming in, and the Yank Flash is going to make it very, very scary to stay there.
Yeah, that's why you don't really play kitchen. This is the danger. We see Boo getting a kill on Icy as well somewhere else with the Cali sniper rifle. That's all over in dirt, which we are now currently viewing. We're going to be seeing contention from Blue, trying to get an angle over there, and then also we see Clapper here by the bomb chassis in the armory. Just going to be trying to stall it out with the smoke. We're going to see a push from behind, though. Bane's looking the wrong way. Livid going to get an easy kill, and now it's a 2v5 for Marion on the defense here. Things falling apart again.
I love the coverage of angles that we're seeing from Western Colorado is really showing them this, what's having them rise above right now. Oh no, Cam Lewis behind gets Thrapper Boy. It was just, that really paints the fuller picture right there. Coming from every angle, and Marion is just not quite prepared to take the first fight, let alone like 3 fights at once, and no one is. So these are some small positioning issues that we're seeing. We talked at the beginning of the match about it being probably down to some of these more specific nitty-gritty details, and some of those are just small positioning things. On rafters with Wamai in garage, we saw Frosta die second after that bandit trick, and that's one of those things we're playing a little bit like up against the wall. That's actually breachable there isn't really the move, but staying by the bent elbow on the rafters and using the handrails as your cover there makes you a little less susceptible to being shot from outside, either the window or the CCTV wall. And something else going back to that round again to mention, with the bandit tricking, if you're not super comfortable with the actual bandit tricking, putting some shotgun holes in the wall before you reinforce it makes it really easy to hear where it's going to be. Makes it so much harder to mess it up if the auto cues are just a little bit confusing, and they always are confusing. Bandit tricking is like one of those lost arts, especially since Maverick's been so eminent in the meta.
This is true. Ever since his introduction, it's kind of fallen by the wayside here. He had a potential of actually coming into the game again, and yet they just weren't able to quite do it properly. The other thing you mentioned, though, is really some of these positions are questionable coming from Marion. I'm not trying to be lambasting them too big here, but just some things like you're playing in kitchen where they have windows and lines of sight, and your only retreating options through that hall, which has a doorway that they can watch from outside. You saw them on the chicken wire rack out there. Propelled. You see this balcony that they were repelled on. That gives you the oversight into that hallway. They cannot really contest that very easily, or even just standing here where Cam Lewis is. You see again that Hibana getting out of the belt. So now Frost are putting themselves in a very difficult situation. There's no avenues of retreating, and then when they have so many avenues to throw things at you, whether that's to that freezer doorway or the window kitchen, or even someone pushing through the hallway behind you, I mean, you're just gonna get destroyed. Boo! That opening kill again, going in the favor of Western Colorado. This time it's going to be Icy off the board first. Frost still playing this position. It is dangerous, like we've mentioned. And keep in mind that there's plenty of throwables to be done in at this kitchen. They have the Finka, but Finka's dead now. Camlo is actually going to fall to them, so a good angle being held, and they're going to even up the man count.
This strategy from Western Colorado, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're doing just about all the exact same things, except they're not quite pushing Frosta as hard as they did last time. They are kind of waiting for him to rotate out, except for Cam Lewis, who just independently pushed him, which did cost him a life, losing Livid on the flank as well. That's a loss of someone who's been massively effective, 7-1 so far. That might hurt here as they're already down on the man count, and 2 of their players have their locations very full, well known in dirt. There's no smokes on the board this time, so they can't be totally shut down, but they're stuck.
I'm reloading!
Yeah, Livid was the one who came on the backside as well, so Pains and Blue not going to get flanked this time. That body has already been found by a teammate or by them. I can't quite remember. I think it was actually him who got that kill, so good for them to make sure that they have stopped that from happening a second time. A 3v4 and one of your bodies has a sniper rifle in hand, so it's not the greatest weapons you'd want in a man disadvantage for Western Colorado. Pains taking another kill on Naboo, a nice shot, but it's still a little bit of hope left for Western Colorado. It's 2v4. But still, they have no sight control. They have no leverage here for themselves. So they're just going to have to kind of push in and hope they can frag out.
Yeah, Recycleverse has been playing pretty far back, not able to make much of an impact on the round so far. I think mostly face checking all the way down, and Frost is ready for the pixel peek, landing the headshot immediately. Block's left all alone to push the exact same angle, but Frosta is displaced for whatever reason, leaving Claude still alone, but against only 3 as opposed to 4 opponents. He's got to push up, but Pains has been making some crazy angles down, out sniping the actual sniper. So walking down these long hallways is kind of scary around there as well.
Oh, back of armory, they have some holes opened up. That's going to be Claws down, too. So this actually is doable for Cloud. It's still a hard situation to win, but still, nonetheless, is possible. They're going to have to help their teammate up if they want to get this 3v1. The plant is coming through. They're going to see if they can swing on him. We're going to see Pains has the angle, and he finds the body. That's a close one, but still plenty of time for them to work with. They're going to get the defuse, and that's going to be Marion finding their first round here in the basement of the
There we go. Pains really making a great showing here. Just straight up out shooting the competition in most of these avenues already. That's really important for Marion to be making onto the board here. They've been struggling to find that leverage that they need. Some of this, I think, was Western Colorado not quite doing as much of their due diligence as they did on the previous rounds. So we'll see if they're able to keep up that same pace that they set in the first couple rounds, or if there's going to be a little more of a marker of the true matchup we have.
It was an interesting thing. They had played it well. They had someone on the rappel to watch the retreat, and then they had someone get on window, I think, in kitchen with that freezer push. This time, no one was on the window. So all the Wamai had to do was watch that doorway, and then they peeked into it, and he gets the kill. So good job from Frost, not trying to take anything away from it. But it also wasn't played, as you said, the best by Western Colorado. They could have had more angles available to them that they had them. They just didn't utilize them. And so that player is allowed to just sit in a position where in strategic terms was not a very good one, to be fair. So either way, they get that window, and now they're going to try CC again. They've lost this bomb site twice, so it's interesting to see them try this instead of maybe the gym and bedroom defense. But, you know, maybe they have an idea now of what they can do to stop this push, as last time they did lose bodies early, especially your Raptors player. So I think that if that player can stay alive, obviously, that might be a very difficult round.
Yeah, first 2 picks were a little more extraordinary last round at the very least. They're mixing some stuff up. Pains has been brought to deal with the potential of a Ying making a reappearance. Unfortunately, she has not, but the resistance to the smokes and flashbangs may prove quite profitable, especially against Claude's smokes. And he's invariably going to be looking for the plant if everything goes to Western Colorado's plan. Quite a few Hibana pellets used right there, but the positioning, as always, is great right there at the top corner. Is going to give them some more leverage out into rafters to try and put more pressure on Frost, who's playing deeper into that corner this time, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The mute jammers on only one side, they're a little less stopping the hard breach from going down, but instead positioning it on the right side.
Well, that Thermite is actually going to use that mute jammer's range against it. Every little snippet of the wall. It's going to allow them to open it up, and then that explosion actually got rid of the mute jammer, so now they can use their second charge. Now Cloud getting a first opening kill again on this breach. Take out Frostus. That's again the Raptors player. The position we had talked about being key is already lost, so it's interesting to see that happen yet again. Now they can push into garage for free, basically, these attackers, as long as they want.
Yeah, there's been no resistance all the way up through construction. So now I've got 3 attackers out there with the angle deep into cash room. So the pressure is coming from all sides. Cash is going to be the only place that they're not getting shot at from. And Red Stairs is dangerous as well. Thrapper Boy down as well. Icy and Pains are left all alone. 5 men up in the plant going down from Claude. I don't even know if they've needed to use those smokes.
Attackers are activating the bomb.
Well, the plant was right in his face, but he didn't see it through that soft wall. The angle is a little bit odd, and there's only a little bit of a punch hole looking like the bottom right you can see. So probably just didn't see the person planting. Either way, they get 1 kill, so it's not a flawless, but Recycle can quickly cap it off with a win, and that's going to be Marion falling again. They're only 1-4 now, I believe 1-3 now, excuse me, on their defense. So they need to find these last 2 rounds if they want to have any sort of success, because it's kind of hard to come back from that. When you're on defense with Maverick Band, you should be having an advantage here.
Yeah, it's not feeling great here so far. Western Colorado definitely playing into what they were expecting here, kind of shaking things up with the bans that we mentioned right off the bat. We get to see the gym bedroom hold for the first time. It's going to be the last time for regulation defense. So Marion is vying for that last point to be gotten. A 5-1 is near disastrous, but a 4-2 is definitely doable. And that's what we're playing for today. That's what this round's stakes are really going to be. Switching out the Warden didn't really pay off. Getting the Valkyrie, who is almost guaranteed to get value.
I second guess myself. It is 4-1. Okay, so now, as you mentioned, though, that means this is the last round of their defense, and then they go on attack. And I don't think the attackers really should have an advantage here. Yeah, they can get the hatches in basement, but basement's the site that they want. So that's the one that you would think would be the most probable that they would lose, actually, if you're just looking at the operator bans alone. But in this case, they just can't seem to have an answer to that Cali opening up the wall. And this time, we've noticed last time that Meat Jammer just didn't get the wall fully, so they didn't even use the Cali. They just used Thermite, one to just make an explosion, get rid of the Meat Jammer off to the left side of the wall, and then the second one can actually get the breach that they really wanted on the wall to allow them to have
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Seeing things like that makes you think, well, if they're able to just move around what you're doing, then you're not even making them work that hard, right? You gotta make them sweat a little bit more than that, make them use those Cali charges. In this case, though, it does seem like Western Colorado has a plan of action that they are going into this game with and just executing very, very well. Marion looks a little bit more lost. They don't seem as comfortable, I think, is really what's coming through. And I think part of that is also because if you look at Western Colorado, they're the they're the ones who planned for that. So they're the ones who already knew they're going to be using a Cali, and then there would be no mirrors as well to try and counter that. So that's the thing. They just seem like they're a little bit more prepared for these bans.
The early picks have been players blindsided over the course of most of these rounds. Thrapper Boy just not being ready for that to be open right off the bat. I mean, you know they brought Sledge every single time. Those are still... The castles on the outside wall are mostly going to be slowing them down unless you can get an early pick on Camp Lewis there. They've got information into sight right here, but Payne's watching the window is going to keep it safer, even with frags coming in through the windows. The defenders a little bit displaced, but not totally out of it right now.
Well, Ice is going to get taken out by Recycle, so that's already 2 defenders down, but Frosta has an angle, and he gets a double kill on Recycle and Livid. That's going to even up the man count. His teammate can't find Cloud, though, as he pushes in. Now they have Jim control. The swing from the window, but actually not the one to get the kill. It's Boo with the backup weapon on the Cali. Cloud finishing things off, and that's going to be another round against Marion. They're down 1-5 like we had worried about for them, and that's very concerning. Western Colorado, though, doing really well. Up a huge advantage on this map.
Yeah, I don't envy them this attacking half, especially starting down the barrel of a 5-1. And on this weird band clubhouse, this is going to be a hard map to attack on. Western Colorado made it look easy. Marion, they're going to have to coordinate really well. It's all about finding these coordinated gunfights, that way you can force your opponents into really dangerous crossfires, which Western Colorado has been consistently excelling at here. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a different lineup, a very different way of problem solving this ban list. We've got the Flores, the Nomad coming back again, and Ash and Buck for soft destruction.
A different lineup, certainly, than what we had just
Attackers need
seen.
to
So each
locate
team
and
going to
defuse
have their own
bomb.
preferences. Who knows what one is correct? I am always hesitant when I see that Ashe pick because I'm like, Zophia's better. She has the LMG, which are overpowered right now. She has 4 projectiles versus 2 on the Ashe. They each have 2 breaching charges, and yes, there's 2 concussions on the Zofia. And then on top of it, you know, it's just honestly, that's really it. It's mainly the utility and it's mainly the gun. I don't really have anything else to say. I guess maybe for like 3 speeds, you can say Ashe has that. And she does have breaching charges, so there's that too. But Sophia also can bring breaching charges. So
5 seconds left.
there's just no real advantage to taking Ashe over Sophia, and it just pains me
Attackers
to
are
see it
moving
when
out to
Sophia's
locate a
not
bomb
banned.
and defuse it.
I love that Camlus has some debris stuck in him right now.
I
He's
know.
been carrying it around. We can see it up there in the aerial view. But I don't think that's going to be coming across this vision. We probably would.
What?
Oh, wait, we got another one!
Oh, look at
With
that.
an even bigger piece of something there. I love it. He doesn't get to see it, though. They hear
Shrapnel
the
damage
mute
just in his
right
head,
here.
just walking around with it.
They hear the mute, so they're gonna have to deal with it. Maybe from below, maybe with some explosives through the drone hole. Frosta once again finding the first pick. Here he's run right in with the 3-speed, and he's looking to get the soft destruction underneath. Ooh, maybe not quite familiar with exactly where it is. Been a while, but he's gonna open it up right now. That should get that mute jammer out of the way, and the hard destruction should be
I think he missed it.
safe. Oh,
It's a little closer
no,
than
it's a
that.
little further
It's a little
up.
closer than that.
You got this. You got this.
You have another one, man. Just use the other one. And
Reloading.
he's
Reload him.
G360 instead of the R4C, man. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit worrisome to be down here. We see Boo pushing up. He's heard some noise from down there, but Claws is ready using underbarrel shotgun blasts. I think from Icy earlier on to open up a line of sight. That's so good, and I think the job is done finally. That mute jammer is definitely off the board, and the hard destruction is there. It's taken a little bit longer, but not very much, like 15 seconds longer than the attack we saw earlier. But it's also brought them a couple
A
frags.
bomb is located.
Camlu is at least trying to bring it back to the team, only down 1 man now. But still, advantage in Marian's favor. But a minute and a half is only remaining now, so halfway through the round. And they'll deal some of the best gunners on the other side. So Livid and Cloud, who each have 8 kills throughout 6 rounds, and this is now the 7th round. They can even add more to that tally. I think they're pushing in through the Raptors. They have
Bomb
that
located by
advantage here.
attackers.
Livid gets away for free. What? How do they not catch him on the rotate? They have the breach open, but both players outside the breach, I think, are at cams right now. So that's just ironic timing. Still, positions of these defenders are still scary because there is 2 C4s in pocket. So if they try and push in and get this plant, they're gonna have to bait out those C4s or try and shoot them before they can throw them. There's also a Valve cam, if you saw that, in towards the southeast part of CC. So they'll be able to see exactly where this plant goes down and then utilize that information to get these kills.
Livid really had me worried. They're standing on top of those Goyos, but barely made it out. A couple more kills coming out for the attack. Icy finding 2, and it leaves us with Cam Lewis stuck out in garage. He's got to make a long flank to get up there. He hears the calls are out. They've got the cameras, but he doesn't quite see it. That red ping is going to lie a little bit. He does find the head, though. Pains in plenty of pain now, but there's still 3 more, one of them outside. It's going to be pretty easy for the attackers to play time, stay patient, and take their round win.
Air Jab's gonna knock him back. This is all just waiting for the death to happen at this point. Unless he can win 1v1s 3 times in a row with very little time remaining. They're not gonna give it to him though. They just bait him out, and Claws gets the kill over by CC Window, just playing in that corner like a rat, waiting for the time to pounce in and get that kill. Marion finding their 2nd round. Good job from them. Their attack looked a little odd at first, right? We saw the Ashe just run and get a kill. After that, stalled out because they couldn't find that mute jammer right off the bat. But eventually it was found, and indeed, they just carried it to fruition towards a round win. Good job from them. I just want to also point out that they got the kills on the 2 defenders at the end there who had C4s in pocket, both of them falling without even being able to utilize that. That really saved the round.
Oh, going back to being terrified about Livid there, standing on 2 Goyo shields. I understand well, it's a little bit insane. I love it. Like the good kind of insane, having 2 Goyo shields on default plants. It denied the ability for the attackers to actually get that plant down for almost an entire minute after they had crossfires on CCTV, which is not something you get to see very often, to have that much dominance over a room that the attacking team has already effectively taken.
He still has that thing, he still has shrapnel, man. Look at that.
Yes.
What is going on?
I love it.
There's like these long pieces of metal looking like just sticking out of their bodies. So Cam Lewis, I hope you're all right. Looks like they're just toughing it out, not gonna let the wound bother them. It looks like they actually got rid of the shrapnel and put it on the wall for a barricade.
Interesting. Computers are magic, man.
New feature in their game.
10 seconds
He's
remaining.
upgrading. Well, they're gonna get the hatches like normal. They have Evil Eyes. We haven't
5
seen the
seconds
Maestra
left.
being played yet, so I like to see that coming out. And recycle on that Jaeger, the gun, not
Attackers
as good
objective is to
as it
locate a
used to
bomb
be
and
after the nerf to it,
Jammer
but I still
deployed.
like it. Still usable, right? But the ADSs are really why you're bringing that character, and certainly there's a lot of things to stop, especially those smokes. We saw the smokes that cut off a line of lines of sight. They don't have any way of seeing through it except for the Evil Eyes. So just giving them one more safety net to try and stop that from being a problem. But my main thing here is going to be that Maestro. What are you going to do with that Alda in hand and then the Evil Eyes? How are they going to clear it? They really only have the Ash charges to clear those. Otherwise,
I've been staring at that too. We all do. Yeah, I see those 2 projectiles being the only 2 that you can use to clear that Maestro cam out of kitchen. And if that's all that they have and they don't place Frosta in there to deal with it, then that Maestro is just going to be able to sit there and patiently wait for the hard breach to go down and happily zap away at them. So that's going to be such a powerful piece of utility in response to so few explosives being brought by this unconventional attacker lineup. Once again, we see an attacker getting aggressive, poking up with his giant triangle attached to his head through dirt tunnel. Frosta again looking for an early pick, but the tunnel is already being watched. A drone's going to be a good start to figuring out what they're up against.
I mean, maybe this is like some infection, because I'm seeing more and more of these players are having these pieces of things just sticking out of their bodies. So maybe gotta be on the look out. Maybe this is the new infection mode that Ubisoft is bringing. You see that Evil Eye we mentioned being pivotal. It's just gonna shoot out the hard breach for free. Livid getting that kill on the Frosta as well. That's the Ash. So no way are they gonna be able to clear out those Evil Eyes now. That was your only destructive ability that could get rid of those Evil Eyes, and now that player is dead. So they're gonna have to figure out a way of circumventing these Evil Eyes, not letting them become a problem. But Boo is going to be a problem getting Thwapper Boy, and well, things are looking bad for Marion. They're in a 3v5 or 3v4 now after a kill from Ice lands on the Cantaloupe. But Boo finding another one. That's 2 in a row. That's a triple kill on the round. Now everything's up to Icy, who's on the main stairs, and Recycle gets an easy kill as they are on their cams. And Marion falling another time, allowing WCU to put this one on map point.
This is a scary place to be here. Getting the first round of attack feels really good, but not being able to follow it up, it is a more difficult site to be dealing with. We thought that basement would be a harder one to defend, but these teams are playing very differently than what we saw in our heads. I think we all do. So it looks like basement is turning out to be a lot more healthy for the defenders, who have some nice defensive cover to be taking, especially in armory and in generator, overlooking into dirt and looking down the long hallway between main stairs and church and armory. So these long points of gunfights are what we're seeing really making each round.
Western Colorado, they're not going to go back to CC. They went there first.
Attackers
they
need to
lost it.
locate
They
and
went
defuse
downstairs
as
and
many
won. Now they're going
bombs
to try
as they
that
can.
third bomb site, which is the gym and bedroom defense. The thing about the attacking side of Marion is they have now swapped over to Iana. So Iana is going to bring those grenades. They're going to have a little bit more destruction available to them with the explosive powers of those grenades. And they've gone 6 in the pocket of Banes if they brought it as their backup, which I hope they did, because there's no reason not to. I will always say that. Iana should always have the gun 6 in the back pocket. If you don't, then you're not bringing utility that your team could really use. That's my philosophy. In any case, they're going to need it as well, because they do not have a sledge, and they're going to see the castle barricades being put up. So, and on top of it, their Evil Eyes are still here. So, in fact, if you look at it, if Yana brought the Gone 6 and the grenades, that's 3 things, and then 2 on the Ash with her breaching charges, that's 5 things. And there are 4 castle barricades and 2 Evil Eyes for them to clear out. So you better hope that those breaching charges are going to be able to take care of some of those castle barricades. Otherwise, you're not going to have enough.
Yeah, luckily I do think they have enough to deal with it at this point. And they've got some extra heart breaching as well. Icy bringing them on the Bucks. They've got actually quite a few options to deal with here, and the Buck choice does give them the option to get some soft destruction from below. So hopefully we can see Icy going below and starting to displace some of the defenders. Ace Charge is going off right off the bat. I think that's just above a Mute Jammer, where the Mute Jammer won't reach. Yeah, there we go. So now it's going to open that up. They can
Bomb has
toss
been
an explosive in there. Maybe if Payne comes over there with a grenade. But otherwise, they have a line of sight that's going to cut off rotations between the two sites.
Yeah, upside down repel. Ah, nice. Boo getting a kill on the Frost, so that's going to be a good lurk coming through and finding out the Ash. She likes to creep in. I was also a little disappointed with Frost, though, that they were underneath and using Ash charge just to open a wooden barricaded door. Seems like a waste of the utility after you saw how badly you needed it last time to clear out some of the evil eyes even that were taking care of your hard breacher on the hatch last round. So in this case, they're not going to be able to do anything further for their team still. So this angle also, if you notice, is just not quite deep enough to get the steep angle on those meat jammers. So while they have this wall somewhat open, yeah, they actually can't do anything with it. So they're still going to be stalling out over there. The Buck pushing in from the CC area is going to also be trying to do some stuff here, but yet again, alone and time dwindling as they just are looking lost on what to do.
The Maestro is just going to barely miss a drone, getting out with just a moment and barely that second life still up. Getting some more intel, Wes. Marion needs a little bit more to work on right here. They're not quite sure what they're up against, and they had no idea that game was down below. Coming up the stairs, another player off the board, and that's even more of the explosives, so that is going to leave them back in that same basket that we've seen previously. No explosives left to throw at the utility. Icy's taking some heavy hits as well, but he's still able to make this push. He doesn't have the explosives to open up the castle barricade, so he's got to be able to vault over through these site angles, so it's really hard for him to deal with this extended hold. And Thwapper Boy, with no longer an available option to get in through Jacuzzi, well, he's going to have to start choosing a different door to do it on.
Oh, I see. Trying to get some damage done, and Recycle's going to bail. So they took some damage. They come back to the door trying to find it, but they can't finish it off. And Icy will finish them off. So now they put themselves into the 2v4. We saw Cam Lewis also getting a kill there on Claw and the main stairs, just lurking around, just doing dirty work with that Jaeger. And now time is down to the last seconds. They have not been able to find any avenues that have been stymied. And now Cam Lewis getting a triple on the round. That's going to put us into the end of this one. Another one for consolation. The quad to finish off the map. Map 1 going to Western Colorado University.
Unfortunately, I think that Marion attack was a little disconcerted. A couple players, they knew what they needed to do, but they didn't have quite the coordination to get someone in place to help them do it. You look at Thwapper Boy having to run around and use the window to open up those mute jammers. That way he could get himself in. It's the screw it, I'll do it myself because all my teammates are dead now. But I think just a little bit more coordination on them could really help. And it might just be a little bit of unfamiliarity with the map that might be. This is Western Colorado's map choice, so where they're feeling the most comfortable. And I don't think these teams probably have too much information on what maps the other ones like. So this might be the very best map for Western Colorado that Marion just didn't know to ban out. So I think that's definitely a thing that could play into this, and maybe Clubhouse. Maybe they're a rarity, a team that doesn't scrim on Clubhouse every single day. So I'm willing to give them that. It might just be not knowing the map inside and out here, but it is a real valuable thing there. And I think we got some great little jewels of map knowledge here that we got to look at.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they learned too. You know, they just watched the other team come prepared, right? They came and they knew what pushes they wanted to do. They worked and coordinated well together. We did see Marion had flashes of it, but again, just the idea of like the main thing I would take away is that you need more destruction, more explosives to take care of things like Evil Eyes, because it comes back to haunt you. And not only that, you need to actually be around each other where you're needed. Like the Ash, she could have helped from below, but also got on the window on highway to shoot through gym to try and clear those jammers out from there. But mainly also the Yana had the grenades. They had the wall open. The Ace did a smart thing, opened up where the mid jammer couldn't hit, and all you had to do is lob a nade right over that breach, and it would have hit the mute jammer, and then you could open the wall. So just learning things like that, learning coordination. It does take time, but certainly they're going to need to have that awareness of those things if they want to win the second map. So hopefully they've learned quickly. But we do always have just a short break after every map, and then we'll move on. Hopefully we'll be back in just a minute or two. Just make sure those players are ready to go, and we'll be right back with you as soon as possible. Stay with us.
Livid has a silence. It won't save him from getting domed.
Yeah, Livid using that AK.
Get in there. Payne's off site. Now he's going to have to retake the intel alone. He's got some intel to work off in Recycle first. But he's got 4 more to deal with. It's got to be an ace and a defuse. He's got to watch out for that, especially as the drones start coming in. And the Yank Flash is going to get very...
Throw things at you, whether that's through that freezer doorway or the window kitchen, or even someone pushing through the hallway behind you. I mean, you're just going to get destroyed. Plenty of throwables to be done in at this kitchen. They have the Finca.
This strategy from Western Colorado, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're doing just about all the pretty far back, not able to make much of an impact on the round so far. I think Frost is ready for the pixel peek, landing the headshot immediately. Blood's left all alone to push the exact same angle.
Plant is coming through. They're going to see if they can swing on him. We're going to see Payne has the angle, and he finds the...
They're with the angle deep into Cash Room, so the pressure is coming from all sides. Cash is going to be the only place that they're not getting shot at from, and Red Stairs is dangerous. I don't even know if they've needed to use those smokes.
Attackers are activating the bomb.
Well, the Recycle can quickly cap it off with a win, and that's going to be Marion falling again. Then there would be no mirrors as well to try and counter that. So that's the thing. They're just going to be
out of it, right?
Well, Ice is going to get taken out by Recycle, so that's already 2 defenders down. But Frosta has an angle. That's going to even up the man count. His teammate can't find Cloud though. He pushes in. Now they have Jim finishing things off, and that's going to be another round against Marion. They're down with
They hear the music, so they're going to have to deal with it. Maybe from below, maybe with some explosion. Yeah. It is getting a little bit worrisome to be down here. We see Boo pushing up. He's heard some noise, and I think the job is done finally. That Mute Jammer is definitely off of the board.
And they're in a 3v5 or 3v4 now after a kill from Ice. Lands on the campus. That's 2 in a row. That's a triple kill on the round. Now everything's up to Icy. Who's on
some more intel. West Marion needs a little bit more to work on right here as well, but he's still able to make this push. He doesn't have the explosives to open up the...
Oh, Icy trying to get some damage done, and Recycle's going to bail. He's down to the last seconds. They have not been able to find any avenues that have been stymied.
Like memories after death, to be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, NECC. This is the B stream, and there is still another match going on in the A stream. Just want to point that out. We just saw a banger of a game. It was pretty one-sided, though. WCU, Western Colorado, taking out Marion on the first map. Their map choice, though, as you had pointed out, Trej, on Clubhouse. Now we're going to see the second map, of course, Marion's, which is Oregon. So any thoughts before we jump in? I'd love to go to Chile. It's one of my favorite maps. So, I mean, it's just new. It's fresh, right? It's kind of like Bank, honestly, after it was reworked. I love that map now, too. It's fun to watch. So it's fun to comment, but it's also fun to play. I think players just, get bored of the same maps over and over, which is why I think they're going to rework some of these maps again, eventually here. I think Consulate probably should be reworked right now while it's out of the map pool. That'd be great. But anyway, jumping in. We'll see if the bans here are kind of similar or not to before. We did see the Maverick was banned map 1, which is a little odd, not like unheard of, but not in the meta these days, it seems. Here, though, on Oregon, I wouldn't be surprised to see Thatcher, of course, being the first ban, I expect at least. And then maybe the Maverick. I mean, who knows? It could be anything, right? It could be another hard breach too, though. I mean, maybe you want to get rid of the Ace. Maybe you want to get rid of the Havana. I don't really know. You could do a lot of things here.
I was muted. I'm so sorry. Anyways, well, we've got the ban order switched around this time. So this is Marion doing the secondary ban, Western Colorado being the ones that are stuck with the Thatcher ban. But the Dakabi is really interesting. We haven't seen hide nor tail of her so far, but that might speak to a heavy usage of cameras when Marion wants to get on their defensive side. They're also getting rid of the Kaid. Makes plenty of sense. He's strong upstairs. He's strong downstairs. He's a strong character. He's gonna do a lot. He's got with his gadget. He's got that laser beam AUG SMG. They're also removing Wamai, so I think any round we're seeing without a Jaeger is gonna be a bit of a throw.
You'd think. I mean, I guess technically you can maybe justify depending on what the setup is, how the team plays it, etc. I mean, I agree, but I think that there could be exceptions. I don't know every situation, obviously. So.
Yeah.
But
just
overall,
generally speaking, I'm here to make wide sweeping, bold claims and get proved wrong later. So I'm okay with that.
That's what we do, right? That's what a cash's job is: make generalizations. Anyways, we're going to see them going upstairs first. That's really what it is normally, upstairs or basement, depending on what the team's preference, but this is commonly the first one. Looking at the lineup, they are going to have that bandit for the denial. I like bringing mute because then you can get like every wall that you could possibly want and maybe even a doorway or a drone hole or something like that. In this case, the bandit does allow that trophy wall to not have bandits on it because you're probably going to put it on
Protect
the
your
attic
bombs from being
wall
defused by attackers.
and then the closet wall. So now that means the trophy wall into attic will be available to be hard breached. And that's the real concern I have. We'll see if it's picked up on. The other thing that's really interesting is that Doe could be banned. Like, you have to think that maybe there's a reason for that. Well, my ban makes me think that they just don't want to contest with the elbow angle, but with Flores being available, usually that's the way you get around that. So is it worth banning out a Womai? I don't know. I mean, but the other thing too to keep in mind is that I think it was Frosta who was on that Womai who was a decent amount of kills last game. So maybe it's just a target ban.
It might just be a target ban, getting the AUG off the board entirely. Castle coming out from the defense as well. They've got the camera, which could have been... They got the two cameras, so they're playing into the ban of the Dakebi. They know they're not going to get those hacked, so you may as well just start showing your hand and getting so much intel. But both these being... the Maestro making a lot of sense. You see the Valkyrie a little bit less often, and definitely the Castle pretty rarely.
Well, Evil Eye's being brought again. They saw that last map. They had a hard time clearing that out. Icy, though, getting that opening kill on a boost. So that's going to be the bandit. I'm not sure where he was or what he was doing, but he's off the board, and that's a C4 down the drain, too. They're not going to have that in their pocket, and that leaves only Livid with the C4 in pocket. You can sometimes get a destructive from below kill with the C4, especially if they're going through the closet. But you're going to see Frost is the one trying to get the bandit charges off the wall. They actually, unfortunately, shot below, and they got the closet. And that's going to be Cloud above, just watching the angle. And this is what happens when you make a mistake like that. You missed out, now you're trying to find out, wait, where are those bandit charges? And while you're looking around, someone's going to catch you while your pants are down, basically. In any case, 4v4 now.
The early loss of the bandit had me a little bit worried, especially since we saw some shotgun holes set up for presumably bandit tricking. But maybe it's a little less necessary now with Ash off the board anyways, and the man count dwindling. Marion only has Claws and Thwapper Boy left. They're kind of stuck in master bedroom as well. With all these cameras, I bet you there's something giving pings. And yeah, there we go. Some yellow pings going out, giving the information back to Livid, who originally placed those cams. He's waiting for his opportunity to take out a drone, but his location is sold. He should have a C4 if he wants to open up that wall. Eagles could open up line of sight anyways, and this is just going to totally shut down any advancement from the Tigers.
Diffuser has been dropped.
You know, there's a piece that I want to comment on once this round is done. For now, we're just going to have to watch one v4 play out. He's going to get one Claws with the F2 in hand. Certainly a weapon that you don't mind having in a situation like this. Has a rapid rate of fire, but still 3 more bodies to be found. He has a whole minute, though, to mess around. We'll see if he has any drone work helping him out, but he doesn't, clearly, as he walks into the line of sight of Recycle. Now, I do want to jump over to the little bit of criticism that I was thinking about, which is we did see Claws over there on that, the Twitch, just blanking on her name. Didn't use the Twitch drones. Ash went below and gets killed for going below to try and get stuff off the wall. There's a drone hole in the bedroom that they're in right there that leads straight next to the wall that they could have used to go just shoot the drone right through that drone hole into the room, and you're basically on top of those bandit charges. You just got to shoot them with your Twitch drone. You didn't even have to have someone go below and risk their life. And I think that that is just a play that is experience-based, right? So I'm not trying to be overly critical. It's a learning moment, right? They should know that there is a drone hole in the bedroom that can lead right into the other side of the wall, which is right next to those bandit charges. All you have to do is sneakily put a Twitch drone in there, especially when you know there's no mute jammers.
Defenders,
Go do that. Save yourself some time. Save yourself a life below. In any case, we'll see if they will learn from that or not. They're not going to have a chance here, as they're going to have to attack a different bomb site, which is
the location of a bomb.
Yeah, this looks like a particularly scary basement hole to be bringing. Boo's bandit batteries are going to be hard to deal with in the basement. There's a lot less vertical play to be using against it with those explosives. Since they are in the basement, everything's concrete cages around everyone. But they've also got the Goyo shields, which just as shields are plenty scary, but adding that additional area denial is going to be a big aspect there. And the Mira being still on the board makes bunker into a veritable, like, actual bunker, not just a concrete bunker, but like a military grade bunker.
I understand why you put the ADSs there with the Mira, someone can play there, but the only problem there is in that electrical room with the Mira, there's a hatch above. So if they open that up, then there's 2 ADSs that are wasted there. And unfortunately, the Mira would also be wasted. So they're going to have to try and contest above if they're aware of that problem and try and make it so meeting isn't a viable option for the attackers to open up. You can see that they are bringing the OSA, the shield, a new op recently allowed, not in the what would we call that, isolation, per se. So they're allowed to bring her, or gonna take care of the shield with an explosive, and Cloud also getting a kill onto Pains, be utilizing their time now to just buy even more using this utility, just slowing down the push, and hopefully for them, they're just hoping that that leads to a round win based on the fact that they have no avenues to push.
Okay, right off the bat, I see 3 drones right here. We don't need 3 people on drones. Someone's gonna have a gun up to act on it real quick. So that's gonna make it even harder to find that little moment, because it's only gonna show itself for a moment if you are stacking 3 players through bunker anyways. The meta has been forced off, so Cam Lewis is no longer getting to sit there in electrical. They haven't gotten the hatch open, but they have bought the space for themselves. Marion looking for a pick other than Pains, or looking for a pick for themselves in order to get this really going. It's probably going to be Frost who gets the opportunity, getting a little bit of information, and the pillar player is really looking good.
Well, Cloud staying alive barely, but a lot of angles, as you mentioned, they're just collapsing down on them, hoping to get the kill. The peek out from Icy does find it, but takes a lot of damage for the trouble. Gonna be using the Ash Star to try and blow up the Goyo shield, pushing him back, but Recycle is on the flank here. If they're not aware, could be a freebie kill. He's gonna start creeping down. He's not gonna land the shots at first, but does manage to find Frosta. Icy in the meantime did find Cam Louis, so that is going to even out the man count. A minute remaining, but now they've lost control of the back stairs. Claus has to contest with that Jaeger. It's just gonna be a angle. The attackers in a disadvantage here as they don't have a really great avenue into the site. The wall is opened up. Now the smoke's coming through. At least we'll cut off lines of sight. They could try and utilize that to quickly sneak in. We're gonna see Recycle missing the shots on the player on Pillar. He's gonna have to just back off and just let them take this control, as they know all they have to do now is play time, as there is only 30 seconds remaining. Smoke's going to be bounced off to try and cut off the lines of sight from those back stairs, but Boo has a nice line of sight into the elbow area. He's going to swing onto the player pushing from Pillar, get a second kill, but Claus shuts him down before they can do any more damage. Still, damage is done. It's a 1v2, and they can't do it. Livid shutting him out, and Western Colorado taking second round.
That round came in spurts. It was back and forth, these small actions. The smokes were so good right after Recycle, but Recycle's flank here was so good. Not only did it net the kill on Frosta, stopping any push from Big Tower Stairs, but now they have presence on Big Tower Stairs, a perfect spot to be shutting down a push for an actual plant. But those smokes gave that little opportunity for Marion to actually push in his sight. They didn't quite take it all the way, and that put them right in Boo's clutches. They stalled out just a little bit ahead of him. I think once again from the attack, we need to see a little bit more coordination from a couple directions. Like you said, that hatch right above electrical box is so good, and it's the way that you remove Amira. Amira can be impossible to get through if you face her head on, but from above right there, that's going to be the perfect counter. So getting some pressure from Big Tower Stairs, bunker, and electrical box all at the same time is what's really going to make it easy for them to just continue to crunch in from that side.
Yeah, and you saw actually Frosta on the Ash was pushing through meaning it was free. They had a player in there, meaning no one was contesting it, so they could have got that hatch had they chose to, but they did not choose to do so, and unfortunately it did allow them less time to push on to site at the end of it all, because they could have cleared out that electrical box faster, like you had said. In any case, we're going to move on to the third bomb site, which they are opting for the kitchen dining hold, not the meeting one. So we'll see how this goes. There is some positive and negatives to this bomb site. One negative being there's no really recourse for retaking the site if you lose it, right? A site is hard. You can open up some lines of sight and play showers, but if you lose showers, that's a lot of control. Not a lot of lines of sight left for you to contest with A. They can get a site or a plant down in that site, and then that's really hard for the defenders to come back from. So that's the real worry of this bomb site. But the benefit is it's some pretty good positions. If you can hold out showers, it makes it very difficult for the attack. So that showers position is one I'm going to be watching out for intently. But Frost is already going to be on the green window, the green corridor window here, just waiting patiently, seeing if they can find a body. But as they rotate out, you actually see Cam Louis is nearby. There might be a confrontation here soon.
Ooh, here it is. Frosta pushing up. He didn't quite have the intel to know for sure, but he takes the fight on only taking a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take much on Kim Louis in exchange. Attic is being taken as well by his teammates. Recycle first being caught out here, but finding the headshot, or not the headshot regardless, finding enough damage to actually finish off Pains. He's finding that one more shot that he needs. He doesn't know for sure if there's more pressure, so he's not going to overextend, and there's the confirmation that there's another player. Claus shooting right back at him. He finds the kill, but Claus finds him as well. He didn't quite play it safe enough. 1 for 1.
Yeah, the greed got a little bit too much there as they wanted that kill so badly. If we're looking at the drone economy, there's only 2 drones left on players who are alive, and that is Claus having one and Frosta having one. And that is not where you want to be halfway through a round. The C4 comes out, but Frosta's in a safe position on the indestructible floor, so it's not going to net anything. A 4v4, as you said, halfway through the round already, and well, the bodies are going to be trying to be found through the floorboards, but neither side able to come out on top here, as they are just continually going back and forth, but nothing really being shown. No cards being shown from either side. The body pushing in from the small tower is Icy, but Boo finds him. Frosta from above has an angle on the player. He's buying his time patiently, but does not land the shots, and the patience, unfortunately, lets the player escape.
Frosta's been in this nail-biting fight for quite a while. He's drawn the attention of both Claude and Livid for quite some time. They must not have quite the intel, maybe no cam up there to give them that 24/7 surveillance, and has bought that time for his teammate to find a kill. Boo finally no longer on the sniper, but he's been sniping of long sight lines throughout the course of this map so far. The refrag, though, does come around for the defense as well.
Frosta going to get kill on the Cloud. Livid finding Claws, though, so that's going to put them into the 1v2 for Frosta. He's going to get one onto Livid. Now it's a 1v1 situation. He's just trying to clutch it out. 10 seconds remaining, though. He's going to bait the plant, maybe. Continually sticking it. Is he going to continue to stick it all the way through? It looks like he is. The body going to be found, though, as Cam Louis cleans up the round. WCU get 3 in a row. The full rotation of sites all won by Western Colorado.
Yeah, that means we should be going back to second floor unless they have some real surprises in store for us and want to go to the other first floor site. But for the most part, any team I've seen is going to be going up to second floor. It is a little surprising to be going to dining as well. You don't see it very much in NA anyways.
Indeed. It was an odd site, but they won it. It did come down to a 1v1, and Frosta, I think they had a little more time than maybe they thought they did, as the timer wasn't on 0-0 when they were planting there. They could have actually jumped off of it if they had heard that player coming through the kitchen doorway. Unfortunately, they did not, it sounds like, and this is, again, why that drone economy is important, though. They could have had a drone watching as he was planting, and yet they had lost so many drones early in the round that, I mean, Frost was one of the people who had a drone, but at that time, maybe it was just in the moment, didn't think to throw it down as we were going to plant. In any case, doesn't work out. We'll have to see what adjustments they make. They get a second chance here, as you said, to the upstairs bomb site of dorms, and last time wasn't terribly close, and they had wasted a lot of time. They didn't get the underneath off of the closet wall. They didn't get the bandits from underneath. They missed the ash charge. They didn't utilize the Twitch drone properly to get it off either. So that wall was electrified virtually the entire round. So hopefully this time they can at least get that check mark done, because that's one of the most basic ones.
Definitely something that's also going to require a little bit of, I'm going to say it again, some secondary pressure from a different part of the map. Stacking everybody up on master bedroom just is going to have you choked off at trophy room, unfortunately. So someone pushing through attic or even on dormitory window, just to draw some attention away, or through armory on armory door. That way you're not all having to push into one little choke point. The first thing they have to deal with here is, of course, this castle barricade, which won't be much of a problem at all. And there's the Twitch drone going through. There's an opportunity to do exactly what you're saying, get rid of those really early.
Well, we'll see what they do. Osa is going to get on that
I like
rappel on the windows. I like that. It gives you like nice lines of sight. It's going to try and slow things down for them. Cloud's going to be holding a very aggressive angle, so if they just peek unwisely to that and they're not aware, they get their head blown off. He's going to take care of one drone, so that's one drone already gone from the pocket of that Osa, but still going to persist on the window rappel. We can see Cam, though, is going to be going for a play, just trying to get this player on the rappel. He jumps out and gets that kill. Is there a refrag? It looks like not. There's no players watching out for that. to protect their teammate. Wall is still electrified. We see the Twitch is still here. They could use that Twitch drone and try and get those off of the wall, but still have to wonder if they've realized that yet or not. Again, I mentioned it before. It doesn't mean they heard me, though, right? So that's the problem here. It's just the experience of knowing that that is available to them, and it's going to seemingly bite them a second time. Boo's going to find a kill on the Frost. So things only going further down the drain for Marion. They have a 3v5 they have to clutch out here.
There's a little bit of revenge from last round where it went the other way. Livid making the mark known once again. There's only 2 attackers left as they're starting to wither away. Very similarly to last time. They are going to get a kill here. Payne's finding one, but Livid got it with the Deagle. Thwapper Boy is all on his own once again in Master Bedroom, and Livid's got the angle for another kill. That's a 4th round that Western Colorado University has put together in a row, and it's looking like these bread and butter maps are really to their liking.
Yeah, they're doing some basic stuff. They're not really throwing anything abnormal at Marion. Marion just can't seem to check the boxes to get that wall open, and it's just stalling them out every time. And then they don't have anything for the flank watch, it seems, as these players are able to walk around the map wherever they will. That's the main things I would point out as areas where they could work on improving for Marion. They just don't seem to be able to get the basic things done to get walls open, and then they don't seem to be able to get flank watched properly, as these players on Western Colorado are having a field day on these roams.
Yeah, the roams so successful, especially if the attackers aren't going to be really moving too much. If they're getting stuck and bogged down in individual rooms, then your flank is going to have a great time with that, because you don't even need to push up and expose yourself. You can just hold an angle and wait for the opportunity behind enemy lines. The defense is switching it up a little bit. They're not bringing that meta anymore. They saw it get a lot of pressure from Bunker, so this time maybe with the smoke they'll be playing an elbow extension into Bunker instead. That way they've got something a little more dynamic that they can peel off of, and this time if there is more pressure on E-Box, it'll be a little bit safer, not have to lose a full meta window instead.
Or ADS, right? Because that was the other thing that designated over there. So less utility can be taken out if they had gotten that hatch open. We're going to see the elbow is going to be played here, although they're breaking the shield closer. And normally you want that further back so then ADS can be in front of it. In this case, that's not possible to be on that wall where he's playing by. So this shield's for free. If they just Ash charge it, it is gone. There's no ADSs to eat it up. So something to keep in mind. But that's still going to persist unless they actually designate the Ash to push up there. You see that the smoke is playing very aggressively. Going to get one drone for the trouble, almost finding the second one there. So you have to be a little bit more careful with this drone economy. We already see that Thwapper Boy has lost both of their drones, and every other player seemingly has lost a drone. So this is some of the basic things that we worry about.
Yeah, that's a lot of them ticking down, and that's something that's also cost in the late round, is slowly losing those drones. So that's probably going to come into play once again if the flanks don't start to shut them down really quickly. The ace charge does, not quite go off. The last bit of it just got shot off right at the last moment. So the smoke doing his job perfectly. Cam Lewis is stalling the attack even more. Just like last time, we got 2 players stuck outside a bunker, and their drone economy is wasting away.
Well, time wasting away as they have continually had this issue. Marion,
3 players.
Not sure what to do here. They're stalled out by the smoke. They're not even going for a push in because they're aware of that player playing on pillar having the lines of sight onto them as well. So they're just a little scared, I would say. And Cam Lee's like, I bought enough time. Half the round's already done. I'm not even going to play on that shield. And it's going to be a ghost there in elbow, just trying to scare them further while no one's actually there. We do see Frosta and Paints have actually gotten some ground, though, in Freezer. This is actually very important. The grenade's going to actually net the kill. There's no ADS to catch it. Recycled's going to go out first, and that's going to give the opening kill to Marion for the first time, I think, so far. But from a flank from behind is Frosta getting down. Now, not finished off, mind you, but still going to be hurt. I think Cloud actually might have got that through the wall, so not a flank necessarily, but still a good job coming out from Cloud with that heads-up play. But still more work to be done here. A minute remaining, and we do see these players have now finally gotten some ground as well. Over into the bomb site, we're going to see Claus with the double kill with the F2, flipping over from one player to the other. Cloud and Boo have to do something. The flank was there, but it's not going to pay off. Payne shuts him down. Claus with the triple on the round. Marion find their first round.
That's I mean, it's really going to come down to this play from Claus here. That's taking the heart out of the defense. And Claude couldn't do it alone. He gets the down to start things off for his team, but Claus is finally made it past that phantom of Cam Louis, who could have been in elbows still. So they must have had at least another drone left to double check on that and confirm that it was going to be safe to get through the reinforcement, and then get into E-Box. And I'm a little bit baffled at Western Colorado for the coordination that they've shown us. Were not aware that there was going to be a push coming in right through E-Box, because that seemed like something right their speed to be ready to head off Claus's assault. But it really comes down to Claus, and also I didn't catch who it was with Frosta going down Freezer, but getting some massive kills from two opposing sides there.
Well, the thing that really caught my interest was that the Jaeger didn't put a ADS in Freezer, and then they themselves got naded. So that's kind of ironic, right? The player who brings the ADS didn't give themselves one, but you usually do have one in Freezer there, so that's something else to be aware of. But the push was smart from Marion coming from Freezer side. They knew they needed some other avenue to open things up for them. And look how much they were respected, too, because we saw Western. Yeah, there's some down player in the Freezer Frost up. There was still the other player there. The thing was that Western had given all their attention, Western Colorado, they had given all their attention to that Freezer push then at that time. You saw all the players were playing more passively. They were worried about getting through the door of Freezer. And that allowed Klaus just to push up and move through the doorway of the electrical box. And what does he find? Two players not watching him. They were respecting that back push too much, and it paid the price for it. So Marion did a good job getting a little bit of a feint on one side and pushing from the other.
Yeah, and a great way to adapt to the attack instead of just getting fully stuck. There was a little bit of that round 2 as well. It just took a little bit of time to get that active. So noticing that you're stuck and finding something else to make you unstuck just has to be a realization that comes a little earlier into the round on a lot of these. And I think it would really pay off. And a lot of the rounds that we've seen so far over the course of the last 5, it's been an issue. We keep seeing a C4 going out pretty early here, but Frosta gets wind of it, and the 3 speed is actually probably going to be what saves him, get enough distance away from the C4 that doesn't completely kill him. There is a Valkyrie cam right above this doorway that's at least going to be able to give some audio cues, if not telling once he steps inside the doorway.
We see the flank coming from top of main stairs. That's going to be a recycle just creeping down. 2 players down here, too, at the bottom of Laundry. Could be found out if that flank comes through, and they're not aware of it. This is, again, why flank watch is such an important role to have on your team. We're going to see the swing coming out from the Maestro. Some shots missed, but Cloud eventually finds the body. Boo finds Pains. That's both of those players at the bottom of Laundry. So the flank that was coming through actually doesn't net anything because they're already taken care of. Recycle, though, going to reposition as he knows that there's some other players probably lurking about upstairs. Now the push coming through Freezer Stairs that netted them so much utility and so much gain last round is going to be coming through again from Marion, but now they have a lot less bodies to work with, only 3 on the board, and they have 2 players designated here in Freezer. That last player is the Buck. We just saw him open up meeting hatch, and they're rotated over to Big Tower Stairs, but still, there's only so much you can do with 3 bodies.
And Recycle First has been looking for a flank. He was a little sad to see the 2 players that died earlier go down before he could quite get there, so he's happy to find one this time. Claus will find one for his team as well. That's the opening kill for Marion, and he finds another as well. Claus starting to find his pace. He's going to start heading down Freezer Stairs, but there is some players waiting just ahead of them. On the other side, Ice is going to find a kill coming down Big Tower Stairs, and it's suddenly looking like a much more even match, especially with Recycle First having to push his way back down towards site.
The other thing, though, is Boo has eyes on that diffuser from above, from the floorboards being opened up, and they know they have that diffuser down, so that's going to give them the advantage. These attackers have to come to them. I don't think they can even reach the bomb chassis in time. They're not going to be able to get that diffuser, so if Boo just plays this well, doesn't lose their life here, they're going to win just on time alone. The peak's coming through. Recycle is found by Claus, the triple on the round, but does it do anything for them? No, they can't get the win. The time runs out. That diffuser being down just ended up costing Marion in the end of that round, and that's going to be another 5-1 coming through from Western Colorado.
I think this is interesting to see a failed first attack through Laundry and a massively successful one coming down through Freezer. But the discrepancy in timing between those two, I think, is what sealed the fate of the attack. Even with Claws landing a 3K, he can kill his way through players as much as he wants, but unfortunately, without any side pressure, it really is just taking 1v1s and proving that you're a better gunfighter until someone gets lucky and finds the side of your head. It's got to be a little bit more coordination. Like we said again, just timing. That way you're pushing at the same time. It's just the simple comms of
Attackers
you
need to
gotta just
locate
hold
and
the
defuse
angle at
as
the
many
bottom of
bombs as
Laundry
they
stairs
can.
until your Freezer teammates are there, and then that would be such a decisive push. I'm so here for that Marion attack where it's all a little bit more coordinated, and maybe we get to see it here coming back to second floor. We're not on match point yet, but Western Colorado is really pulling ahead.
This the side swap though. So Marion, they're going to be trying their first defense here. We're going to see what Colorado can do, Western Colorado can do on their attacking half. They had really good success. We saw Marion had some sparks, as you mentioned, but those sparks came too little too late many times. And a big thing, as you mentioned, is just timing and really coordination is what it comes down to. The one push came
5
down through
seconds left.
Laundry, they swung out, and then the defenders were watching that side. At the same time, had they had a push coming from Freezer, like you mentioned, could have been a dual-sided push, working together, getting a crossfire on those players playing in that Laundry room. That could have been a very different story. But unfortunately, they didn't push at the same time, so they gave one avenue after another rather than at the same time, and that's going to cost them. Now they have the chance to try and bring it back on defense, though, and they're going to go upstairs, much like we saw the other team do. So what can these attackers do to clear things out? Well, they do have the sledge, so that castle, it can be cleared out pretty easily as long as they designate that operator to get over there and take care of it for them, and indeed they do. They also have something interesting that we haven't seen yet, which is the florist.
I was also interested by an IQ pick. This is a site where some of these things might be a little more estimatable, such as those batteries. They do know that they're there for sure with the IQ. That way they can immediately send their florist drone right in there to confirm on it. They've got a nice flank watch set up there, but they're not going to be sure about the actual player waiting to flank a little closer up. A smoke going down in the hole, but Claws, that flanker that we were just talking about, is going to get hit with the air jab, but it's not going to get a refrag for the attackers. They're just going to have to deal with Claws in their flank.
Well, the peek's coming out. Recycle first gets taken out by Frosta, but Boo gets the kill on the Claws, the biggest gunner on the other side. Now Frost is going to get taken out by Boo. That's another air jab, I think. And that one's actually going to net the kill this time. Now Pains and Flopper Boy going to have to pull out a 2v3 for their team. Otherwise, they'll be finding themselves on map and match point if they can't clutch this out. We're going to see that they have some control. They have the avenue open up, I believe, through the wall. We're going to see Pain's taking some damage, but Cloud on that Hard Breacher is going to get the kill on the Thwapper Boy, so it is down just to Pains in a 1v3. Lost control of the site. The plant can come through. Now he has to do a retake and has to contest with two of these Overwatch players who are just going to be covering their plant as it goes through. Now 1v3 as that planter has already come through, and it's going to be time dwindling down. They have a 7-second diffuse time, so if they jump on that diffuser, they need to have enough time to do that on top of finding the bodies or just finding a cheeky position where they can't get shot. It's not looking like a good situation. This will put Marion on their last back foot as they're not going to have any more room for error. The shotgun being pulled out. He's trying to find something here. The swing comes out, gets it down, but the hammer of Camel, you don't see it too often, but it will come down on the skull of the smoke. You don't see that very often.
We do love how Bonky is plenty distracted. He did get the down, though, to his credit. Didn't quite get the kill, so unfortunately doesn't go on the scoreboard. But after that bonk, Western Colorado is looking to finish off with one more attacking round if they can get it. They've had a really strong series so far against Marion University, and they're going to be bringing, I think, the exact same lineup here once again. This time we're going to be going basement, though. There should be ooh, I was going to say one shield, but that might even be in question. We'll see what the Jaeger's going to be supporting. It might not be any shields in basement, which is a little bit worrisome because shields can be really strong if you look at Freezer, obviously Pillar, and elbow extension, which we saw earlier. And, I mean, it's the basement's winding corridors. You can basically put them somewhere and just crouch behind it and make yourself an anchor.
I think they're just worried about those Flores drones coming in through and blowing up their shield, right?
Attackers have
I think we
discovered
saw
the
it come in and
location
just
of the
destroy those bandit charges, so they're probably aware that Flores is being brought. But the thing is, they have mute now, so that can stop it. But they had to switch off of the shield to get the mute, so it's kind of a loss situation if you do one or the other. The thing is, they could have switched off the vigil to bring the mute or something, but doesn't bring as much utility as that shield. But
10 seconds left.
on hindsight 2020, right? We're not going to do us a lot of good here. So what can
5
they do
seconds
to help
left before
themselves in this
insertion.
situation? They can get a good roam game going. That's what I'd say. And we see Frosta
Attackers are moving
and
to
Pains
defuse
are
the
going to be
bomb.
the two out there doing that. We see Thrapper Boy is out of sight. They're just getting the hatch. They're getting it late, though. This is kind of scary. They could get shot from that front door if someone just quickly and swiftly pushed in on them. But in this case, they're going to be able to barricade that top of laundry stairs and get back down into the basement.
Similar to the Marion attack, Western Colorado is booking it down through bunker. This time they're going to use some smokes. You have to get through Aruni gates instead of castle barricades. But the smoke is making it pretty easy to get through there. The Malusi gadget slows down Claude, but not quite enough for someone to try and find a kill on him. The elbow extension seems to be there. It's going to need to be barricaded up again in order to stop Western Colorado from getting even more pressure through here. But I think those Flores drones are going to be making it difficult.
No, they didn't get the reinforcement up, so now the attackers are going to be able to actually push up onto that hole that was made and to rotate. So they've given this up for free, and if you give up elbow, you usually want to reinforce that wall, and now it is not going to be able to happen as there's another player of the enemy side just hanging out around it. So that's a very dangerous proposition to try and reinforce that right now. So they've given that up, but it isn't all lost either. Now the kill coming from Boo will help things out for the attackers as Icy's going to go down. That's going to be the Malusi dead. Cam Louie finding Frost, things going further in the favor of Western Colorado. They're trying to shut it out here and now. Another swing coming up from Boo. Finds a second one onto Claws. Now it is just Thwapper Boy and Pains. No longer Thwapper Boy. Cloud getting that one. And Pains on the roam in a 1v5 is probably in a lot of pain as this is a very hopeless situation.
There's not going to be too much he can do coming down main stairs. No one knows his location. He's got cloaking as well. But well, at least he gets to go down taking a kill with them as they're going to trade headshots to finish off the game. Yeah, not a flawless, and that's what you want at that point. They did take a round off of this map as well, so not flawless on round count either. But Western Colorado University, especially on the back of that round, really showing their eminence on these two maps, that they can stick by their guns, put up a setup that they're confident in, and just ride that confidence till the end of that match.
Yeah, it looked like the experience really paid off for them here. I would say that you even saw them. The Flores drone did exactly what I was criticizing the Twitch for not doing on the other side for Marion, right? Go through that drone hole, get the stuff off the wall, get the wall open. Well, that Flores knew exactly where that drone hole was, sends it straight through, blows up the bandit charges. So it's just a matter of experience here. I think we saw Marion, especially Claws, you saw him get plenty of kills. They have the mechanical ability. It's just they don't seem to have that cohesion together. They don't seem to be able to get timing down, and they also just don't know exactly where things are. Drone holes, they missed a lot of breaching charges from below trying to clear things off of walls. So it's a matter of experience, and it's almost like a game of inches like in football. Well, here it's the same thing. You know, you just gotta be able to hit marks for exactly on. They can do it with their guns, but they can't seem to do it with the utility just yet. So once they get that down, I think they'll be a really formidable team. But for now, let's just highlight the good parts, which is Western Colorado. They win in good fashion. They get a 2-0, and they're putting themselves in a good position moving onward into and towards playoffs.
Yeah, this is our week 2, so there's plenty of time to really start reaching up and really look at play, look back at these VODs, and find any of those small things, any bits that have been illuminated, and start improving on those, start hammering them out, especially for once we get to playoffs, and that level of play will just keep increasing as we go throughout the season. So there's plenty more to stay tuned to. I think there should still be a match running on the NECC Esports stream, so if you want to catch some more NECC Rainbow Six for this week, we'll be a little bit more. And of course, next week, starting at 6 ET, we'll be back at it again with both streams, 4 matches for next week, so plenty to keep up with. And of course, NECC streaming just about every other day of the week with the rest of the league.
Yeah, indeed. So For us, that's going to end it for the first match of B stream. Our second match has been pushed back slightly, so it'll be at 9:30 Eastern time. So we got a little bit of time until then. But as you mentioned, the other match has gone to match 3 on the A stream. So jump over there, check that out, and then of course come back over here because there will be another game on later in both streams. In fact, around 9:30 EST. So plenty of matches still remain in the night. We'll see you later, though. That's it for me and Treasure. I hope you have a good one. We'll see you soon.
Night, everybody.
Just watch out for anyone who might want to swing that breach, but pushing is unwise in this case. Now they can start trying to push that advantage. Get this planted.
Livid has a silence. It won't save him from getting domed.
Yeah, Livid using that AK.
Get in there. Payne's off site. Now he's going to have to retake the intel bomb. He's got some intel to work off in Recycle first. But he's got 4 more to deal with. It's got to be an ace and a defuse. He's got to watch out for that, especially as the drones start coming in. And the Yank Flash is going to get very...
Throw things at you, whether that's through that fuse doorway or the window kitchen, or even someone pushing through the hallway behind you. I mean, you're just going to get destroyed. Plenty of throwables to be done in at this kitchen. They have the Finca.
This strategy from Western Colorado, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're doing just about all the pretty far back, not able to make much of an impact on the run so far. I think Frost is ready for the pixel peek, landing the headshot immediately. Block's left all alone to push the exact same angle.
Plant is coming through. They're going to see if they can swing on him. They're going to see Payne has the angle and he finds the...
There with the angle deep into Cash Room, so the pressure is coming from all sides. Cash is going to be the only place that they're not getting shot at from, and Red Stairs is dangerous. I don't even know if they've needed to use those smokes.
Attackers are activating the bomb.
Well, the Recycle can quickly cap it off with a win, and that's going to be Marion falling again. Then there would be no mirrors as well to try and counter that. So that's the thing. They just can
be out of it, right?
Well, Ice is going to get taken out by Recycle, so that's already 2 defenders down. But Frosta has an angle. That's going to even up the man count. His teammate can't find Cloud though. He pushes in. Now they have Jim finishing things off, and that's going to be another round against Marion. They're down with
They hear the music, so they're going to have to deal with it. Maybe from below, maybe some explosion. Yeah. It is getting a little bit worrisome to be down here. We see Boo pushing up. He's heard some noise, and I think the job is done finally. That Mute Jammer is definitely off of the board.
And they're in the 3v5 or 3v4 now after a kill from Ice. Lands on the That's 2 in a row. That's a triple kill on the round. Now everything's up to Icy.
Who's on some more intel, Wes. Marion needs a little bit more to work on right here as well, but he's still able to make this push. He doesn't have the explosives to open up the...
Oh, I see. Trying to get some damage done, and Recycle's going to bail. He's down to the last seconds. They have not been able to find any avenues that have been stabbed.
They're also removing Wamai, so I think any round we're seeing without...
Unfortunately, shot below, and they got the closet, and that's going to be Cloud above. This round is done. For now, we're going to have to watch one people play out. He's going to get one to mess around. We'll see if he has any trouble helping him out, but he doesn't, clearly, as he walks in. They're just collapsing down on them. Hoping to get the kill. The peek out from Ice 3B kill. He's going to start creeping down. He's not going to land the shots at first, but does manage to find off the lines of sight from those back stairs. But Boo has a nice line of sight into the area. He's going to swing onto the player pushing from pillar, get a second kill, but Claws shuts him down. Any more damage still. Damage is done. It's a 1v2, and they can't do it. Livid.
Pressure, so he's not going to overextend, and there's the confirmation that there's another player. Claws shooting right back at him. He finds the kill, but Claws finds him as well.
Nothing really being shown, no cards being shown from either side. The body pushing.
The refrag though does come around for the defense as well. Frost defense as well.
Frost gonna get kill on the Cloud. Livid finding Claws though, so that's gonna put them into the 1v2 for Frosta. He's gonna get all the way through. It looks like he is. The body gonna be found though as Cam Louis cleans up the round. Play, just trying to get this player on the rappel. He jumps out and gets that kill. Is there a refrag?
There's only 2 attackers left as they're starting to wither away. Very similarly to last time, they are on his own once again in Master Bedroom, and Livid's got the angle.
Remaining, and we do see these players have now finally gotten some ground as well. Over into the bomb zone player to the other. Cloud and Boo have to do something. The flank was there, but it's not going to pay off. Roll to have on your team. We're going to see the swing coming out from the Maestro. Some shots missed, but Cloud is...
And Recycle first has been looking for a flank. He was a little... Is some players waiting just ahead of them. On the other side...
Who just plays this well, doesn't lose their life here. They're going to win just on time alone. The peek's coming through. The shotgun being pulled out. He's trying to find something here. The swing comes out, gets it down, but Colorado, they're trying to shut it out. Here and now, another swing coming out from Boo. Finds a second one on the Claws. Now it is just Thwapper Boy and Pains. No longer.
No one knows his location. He's got cloaking as well. But well, at least he gets to go down.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than change in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill. I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill. I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? shame, there's no time. Feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind. Pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? game, win it life, have no shame. There's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? shame, there's no time. Feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind. Pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? game, win it life, have no shame. There's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's game, win it life, have no shame. There's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? change in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill. I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill. I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? change in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill. I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill. I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
Hello and welcome back to NECC. It is week 2. I am Light Rose, and back once again is McCready, and we're all ready for the final night of the evening, aren't we?
Yeah, the final game of this evening on this stream is going to be up against Purdy Gold versus Watermelon Gold, Waterloo Gold.
Waterloo. So yeah,
Light Rose, I'm gonna kick us off very strong. What's your favorite fruit?
my favorite fruit. Oh, that's a hard one. Watermelon definitely is up there.
Yeah,
But want to make sure it's Waterloo, like the Napoleon, where Napoleon fell, and it's up against Purdue Gold, as you mentioned.
I think of the ABBA song when I hear Waterloo, and who wouldn't? But yeah, like you said, looking to make a name for themselves, not to do with the fruit, not to do with Napoleon or with ABBA, is Waterloo Gold. They will be going up against Purdue Gold, and Light Rose, being American, you kind of have a little bit more insight into these teams, into how things go. Now, Purdue, I'm led to believe, is a very, very talented kind of background, kind of college to go to, isn't it?
Yeah, they actually won their first game 2-0 and only giving up 2 rounds over the entire thing. So that can kind of show you how good they are, at least coming into NECC and taking up the top of the standings. But obviously have to go through Waterloo, and we've obviously got some place to go. We need to have some maps to go off of. And do you have any expectations for some absolutely brain-boggling maps?
Not particularly. I mean, I'm looking at this. We're looking at the start of the season still, and teams that we don't really know much about. They're still finding their feet. They're still trying to get the basics done right at the very start, push themselves up those leaderboards. So, I expect to see a very default day in this best of 3 series. However, I'm open to surprises. I love a good coastline, a bank, even something like that. I'm all for it, but I just don't see it happening so far.
Yeah, we can go through these kind of couple maps that we are going to see, and it doesn't look very good, Greedy, sadly. It's going to be Clubhouse Villa in Oregon for our decider. Once again, Bank almost made it through, but in the end, it got shut down. And sadly, it's just going to be that kind of typical type of map, which isn't a bad thing. We've seen a lot more Clubhouse. It used to kind of actually not get played that often, and it's had a huge resurgence.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that I've really seen a lot of teams just enjoy going back to. It's a very default one. You could go in there, play a basic game. Aggression is favored on the attacking side, but on the defensive side, as long as you can match the pace the attack is set, then you're gonna do well. And I think the same could be said for the other 2 maps as well. I mean, it's very default stuff. You don't really stray too far from the status quo, and I mean, I'm looking at maps just like Clubhouse. I mean, pretty much everything that you can really work out and can really innovate has already been done. Yeah,
and so it's something that people are talking about, whether you get rid of Clubhouse in the map pool and you bring in something else, maybe bring back Theme Park, something like that, just to kind of shake things up, bring some excitement to the playing field.
Yeah, I mean, Theme Park is a map that I'd love to see coming back in, but it isn't going to be in this map pool today. We are going to be watching Clubhouse, Villa, and Oregon in that order. And I feel like the fact that we see Waterloo Gold taking that Clubhouse off the bat immediately is just hinting to what I said earlier. They want to get in, they want to start off strong, and they don't want to go too far out there to start things off. If they do have other maps prepared, they don't want to give that away too early because they are aware they're on stream. Other teams, the higher level teams, will be watching. Their eyes will be on this game, and if you play a more default game like, then there's a lot less to give away because there's very little variation that a lot of teams really put into these maps.
Yeah, but we have to know who is going to be on the playing field. I think the first one you can see here right now is going to be Purdue Gold. You see Loggers, Providence, Goose Smitty, Mila, and Hangman. So they've got a little bit of experience on their shoulder, most being at the end of their college experience, you can see with the juniors and seniors. So they are definitely a team that seems to know each other well and really know their way around Siege.
What a name is Goose Smitty. I'm loving that. That's great.
It's interesting. It is unique and it's interesting, and that's what we love.
I'm absolutely loving that. I mean, that's a great name. But on the flip side, obviously, they do have to have an opponent, and that is going to be these Waterloo Warriors. Slate, Samwise, Ultra, Gerv, and Suvin. They're going to be coming in, and more towards the younger side of things, if I'm unmistaken, when it comes to the education in the American.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a couple sophomores, and on the other side of the coin, you've got seniors. But you know, in like I mentioned last week, when esports, when you've got such a young shelf life, such a small one, usually you kind of want younger gunners that have those reflexes. You know, that 20 to 22 range, you really start to lose your pixel point reflexes around the ripe old age of 22.
Right. Well. You know how old I am, like.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Creedy, but
it's all downhill from here. Yeah. It's not looking great for me, I'm afraid. But yeah, like you say, when you're younger, those reaction times are going to be favoring you a little bit more. Realistically, you're never going to peak as high as you have for that time. So you want to just keep it going. You want to get those younger people in. And I feel like that's just something that naturally happens. The players that have the better reaction time, the players that have that better mechanical skill, they are going to be kind of filtering themselves through to the top, and that's where the team picked them up. And let's be honest, they both have gold in their names, so I'm expecting some gold standard Siege.
I mean, I think that is a good expectation. I mean, gold is in terms of ranking, is kind of the middle of the road. So if we're going off ranking, I don't know, but in terms of actual precious metals, I think gold is definitely what we're expecting. That is, especially because Purdue a little bit has a legacy, not a legacy to defend, but looking at their results of last week, they have some sort of reputation to defend. We don't really know how Waterloo did. We weren't able to get the results of their match last week, so you and I are kind of going into this looking at them blind a little bit.
Yeah, but that's a good thing and a bad thing as well. Waterloo, if they're coming in as that unknown quantity, well then they have absolutely everything to prove and nothing to lose. They could just come in and say, right, we are going to be a dominating team, we are going to be controlling, and also there is no possible way that they can have a look at our strats unless they've scrimmed us or played us before. They can't see the strats, they don't know how we like to play, they don't know the pace and the style that we bring to the table. And I feel like having that advantage, while it's a very short-lived one and only really lasts those first two maps, it's still a big one to bring to the table anyway.
And actually, what's interesting is Purdue, I live in Indiana, which Purdue is actually one of the two major colleges. So I know a lot of friends and a lot of people that go to Purdue. So I've got no bias. I just felt like I needed to point that out, that I have a little bit of an interest in how Purdue is going to do, because, you know, it's kind of that hometown college.
Yeah, I mean, bias on the table. I think it's got to be said. I do it all the time in the British uni scene. I mean, like, well,
oh yeah,
these guys come from my university. There you go. Now you know exactly what's happening. But yeah, when I'm looking towards these games, I'm expecting both of these teams to come into this very, very strong, very, very comfortable, knowing exactly what they want to accomplish. I mean, these are maps that you should be able to play if you want to be playing competitive. You should know them inside and out. You should know the default strats, the variations, the secondary, the backup plans. I feel like that's what I'm expecting from these teams. But what about yourself, Light?
I don't know. Part of me is thinking that we might see kind of the same old, and then part of me is thinking maybe with how recent SI has been, you know, today is a little bit of a break between this and the main stage, that we could see a little bit of influence. That might be wishful thinking, because it's such a short period of time between then and the game that we have before us. But, you know, with how these top tier Siege pros are going about it, how they're going around these maps, because we've seen so much Clubhouse over the past 2 weeks in the SI, that, you know, maybe teams have kind of started to learn what is meta, what teams are going to bring to the table, and what works.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a refresher at the very least for a lot of these teams. Take a look at it. Okay, you know, that's how it works. Because, like you say, normally it tends to kind of trickle down from Pro League, but with SI, I mean, you're getting a showcase on a LAN build exactly how you're meant to play these maps, let's be honest. So I feel like that's definitely something the better teams in the NECC are going to want to be doing, and definitely will be doing alongside VOD review and prepping for the games ahead of them. And hopefully both of these teams will be showing that, because if they are, then we can expect big things from them, you know, at least in the very short term, 3 maps, but in the long term, definitely push it towards that playoff spot, over towards the very, very top of the league once we do finish.
Yeah, speaking of SI, I want to ask, have you had a favorite moment from SI that you've been able to watch over the past couple weeks?
I haven't actually. I've started a new role at work that's taken a lot of my time. I've been keeping up with it, but not as much as I'd like to be doing at the moment. Anyway, though,
well, I'll let you know. It's been a very, very exciting couple weeks.
I know, and that's the worst part. But we are, speaking of exciting, going to be getting into our first game at Clubhouse, and Waterloo leading things on the attack. Purdue, how will they start this ban phase? Well, they want to get rid of that Maverick, take away that heart breach potential, take away a lot of freedom when it comes to the hatches as well, Light.
Yeah, I think Maverick is a very, very interesting ban because it takes away a lot of the backup strats that some teams might have. But the thing is, usually you bring a Maverick because the Thatcher is off the board. But Thatcher is going to be in play, so that might take a little bit of Maverick's usage off the board when you look at CCTV, construction, those types of walls, but Flores as well. So right now we're kind of starting this match off with a very, not different bans, but just somewhat straying from the norm of the Thatcher that we might see. Valkyrie, very, very typical. She hasn't had that nerf where, you know, you throw the cams outside and they're getting disconnected, but still, Valkyrie's very, very strong right now, especially because you're still able to throw those outside, and Clubhouse is a very, very strong map for that, and Mira as well. So the defensive band's not really straying too much from the norm.
No, but you really, really have to take into account what happens with this Thatcher going through, because obviously with Thatcher, a lot of these attacks are speeded up, a lot of positions are able to be freed up very quickly by the attackers. For example, you're going to be looking towards Purdue, they're going to want to be using a bandit trick on that wall. Ideally, on that CCTV wall. If that isn't the case, then what they'll probably want to do is bunker down or prepare for once that wall does get open. In terms of operators, I can expect to see less in terms of operators like Maestro, because they will be affected by that Thatcher gadget, and in doing so, takes away that utility, gives the attackers more opportunities to take control of the round. And I feel like, obviously, a Thatcher, you kind of need to bring it. Look at all the utility on the board. Thatcher pretty much just temporarily disables most of it, and a good coordinated team, well, they can take control of that very, very quickly. You might as well go back to the old Thatcher of destroying it with the speed that good teams are able to capitalize.
And right now, a lot of soft destruction on the board for Waterloo. You've got some breaching charges, you've got frag grenades, you've got both the Zofia and the sledge. And I think that is going to be very, very important because you can see the castle is on the board. Basement, you know, a very, very horizontal oriented site. But I'd like to see what Purdue is doing here. It is definitely a little different. They're going all the way to the second floor, putting most of the castle barricades up here, reinforcing. This is something different here.
Attackers objective.
Yeah, it is, and I do feel like it's something where Purdue is saying, well, let's not go for that typical turtle. That's what a lot of teams will opt to do, or have that SSG roam where they have these players up above, they have those castle barricades around to just make life harder for the attackers. But I feel like with a lot of commitment to this top floor, they might be trying to fake it, or they might try to dictate how this round goes right here. For example, you can see Mila playing over towards the Logi area with a shotgun. You're able to create the vertical. You can look towards kitchen. You can stop that getting opened up very, very quickly, because while they have the Thatcher gadget, they have to get Thermite inside. And by getting Thermite inside, well, that makes life a lot more difficult. And now, obviously, Waterloo have to commit to this roam clear, Light.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's something that they're ready to do. usually see. You might be able to just kind of hop in, do a little bit of droning, and then work your way down from there. But because of how aggressive Purdue are playing, only 2 in the basement, I believe, Waterloo has to do a lot here to go against the world. They don't have anything like a Jackal. The only thing they have is the drones in their pocket and the Gemini clone that was just destroyed, so they have to wait for that on cooldown. Nothing happening just yet. Purdue's doing a great job of keeping Waterloo outside of the building, and the longer they're outside, the longer it's going to take for them to make their way down to the basement, and they're just not going to be able to set up the attacks. Already, not a great start. You are going to have that refrag onto Loggers, but just ending up with Gerb getting taken out by Slate. Just not super motivating.
Yeah, and while you will see the defenders start to pull back to side, it has been opened up. Well, very simply put, look at the time that's left on the clock. That's what Purdy is playing for. That's what Ragas has been refragged for. Look at the amount of time that Waterloo have to execute this attack. They still have to roam clear. They still have to get the hatches open, deal with this utility. That's all going to cost time, Light, and that's something they simply don't have at this point. Hangman not being forced down out of blue at the moment, well, that just makes life even harder because you can strike. You still have that vertical presence on the defensive side. Purdue, they've positioned them very, very nicely for this defensive side, but Waterloo, they need to get ready for this attack. They need to make it happen soon. And Purdue, well, simply put, with all the utility going off, they know where it's coming through. Ultra pushing through, will find a kill, but gets taken out. Providence finding a second as Hangman answers with a third. It's all out to Slate and Moto with only 30 seconds left. And that Ash wall getting opened up will be closing things out. Purdue, they wasted time beautifully. That execute at the very end, they were prepared, they realized where they were going to come from, and let's just take a look at these replays, see what went right, what went wrong.
Yeah, already you can see Providence starting out very, very strong, having that 3K, and Purdue, I think that is possibly one of the best starts you can have without doing something like a flawless round. You essentially confuse your opponent with strategy, which is something... It's a little bit difficult to do in Siege because everything's just been tried and true, and even more, especially on Clubhouse, because this is the map, besides Oregon, that is maybe done to death here. But now we're going to be going over to that second floor CCTV cache, so is Purdue going to be going for something different? The operative picks that they have don't really show that. You see, kind of the Bandit, Aruni Mute, everything like that. So Waterloo might find comfort on this site.
Yeah, and I feel like it's something that if they're more comfortable with it, then they might be more comfortable dealing with it, but a lot of things still need to go right. You still need to have a lot of confidence in that first round will have that mental effect, whether Waterloo are really aware of it or not. I mean, now for this site, Waterloo, they need to take control of either construction or garage and get that breach open. First of all, they need to deal with Mila or Providence, who can and probably will try and jam that utility before it goes off. But I've just noticed there is no primary hard breacher support operator, and they don't actually have any hard breach gadgets. And looking at the site like this and those win conditions, those walls that need to get opened up, there's going to be a lot of gunfights, and I'm worried Waterloo aren't equipped for it.
It feels like so without the hard breach, you kind of have maybe 4 areas of entry. You've got garage, you've got CCTV window, red stairs, and then in from construction. And both of those, without any kind of exterior angle, you're going to struggle with, because Purdue is going to lock that down so hard due to the geometry of the map, due to everything like that. When you've got something like a rush here, it is really going to work out. But it's not going to work out for Waterloo. They're going to keep away from Purdue having a flawless round, but Slate on probably about 5 HP is going to throw that frag grenade. Going to actually get Goose Smitty. Not going to get anything with the frag grenade here underneath, but, I mean, even though the man count is kind of equal here, it really feels like this was Purdue's round once the bullets started flying.
Yeah, it felt like Waterloo, they very much pushed into a situation that they put themselves into. They very much said, okay, well, we got the player down below. But it comes down again, the approach, well, the Predator lineup just wasn't there for me. We needed those walls open, like you said. It gave Purdue so much freedom and comfortability when it comes to being able to rotate. Having that breach open, that Rafters player is not cut off from the rest of the site. They don't have to go underneath right into that waiting hands of Slate. When that rush comes through, they're not worrying about how they get over to counter with it. That's the big thing for me, and I'm happy to see that they brought a hard breach this time, but it's one of those things where on a map like Clubhouse, that should already have been there. That shouldn't be an adaptation. That should be a standard setup.
Attackers need to locate
Yeah,
and
hopping
defuse
back
bomb.
over to Jim. I'm
Good
guessing
start.
that's a funny. I'm guessing. I'm kind of thinking in my brain. It's a haha funny moment. Like it's just some buddies maybe hanging around. That's
Oh yeah.
my guess, Creedy.
Use the exclamation point claim charm for your own memorabilia of Providence in this round.
Don't do that. Don't do that, because then the chat is just gonna fill with that kind of stuff. You know what Twitch chat is
That's
like.
the dream.
5 seconds remaining.
That is honestly the dream. Well, Purdue, they're going for a pretty default setup, and this setup is default for a reason. One big change that we've got over here, actually, that I don't see that often, is we're seeing construction being fully reinforced off, and that's because they want to hold it in construction rather than inside cache. I feel like that's quite interesting. It gives a long line of sight over from that Logi. You're not leaving that player to be cut off. I don't know. I like it, but I want to see how it happens.
Do you think writing down the opening kill, would you give that over to Waterloo or Purdue?
Purdue, I think, but
Yeah, it's a little bit of an asterisk there, but because they don't have the smoke, they're gonna have to hang around the site a little bit more conservatively, not really play aggressive here. And they have the Wamai Jaeger, so that's definitely gonna be for the advantage. But the Zofia, the frag grenades, that really might come to hurt them if Waterloo plays this correctly.
oh, and right now they might have a big problem to come up against. Hangman has that pixel there. Those Wamai magnets are going to be getting rid of that. Getting rid of the utility. The shield will eventually go, but there's a lot of time for Hangman to get out of there. It takes a little bit of damage from that impact nade, but not enough to really suffer. Perfectly fine. Now Mila playing as support. We'll have to look towards that hatch, but Purdue, they still have all the players they need to hold these key positions. Main stairs, bathroom, construction, and Logi. Realistically, they've got all they need. And right now, time, yet again, is playing on their side. Waterloo, they need to start moving into construction. They need to get rid of these mute jammers. Have players over towards that construction window, maybe? I'm not gonna lie, as we see Hangman being able to pick up that first kill, I want to see Waterloo get a bit more pace.
Oh, and now that you've lost Slate, the advantage that that Waterloo had is kind of off the board. Yes, you still have frag grenades in your pocket. Of Garvin Providence doesn't have those smokes, but overall, you've kind of just been slowed, and that might be the worst part. They still have to find an in. And that is just something that Waterloo, over these 3 rounds, they've struggled to find any way to get in. Only now are they breaking that hard breach into construction. They might have to just go straight through logistics, and look who's hanging around there. Mila is going to be able to get spotted. They are not even going to back off. They're just going to hang out right by the fan. Oh, things are looking very, very dangerous. If Mila finds the right shot, they're going to fight 2 through the wall in the third as well.
15 seconds left.
Wow, and there we go. With only Gerv left outside, 10 seconds left, they're immediately going to get taken down. Purdue is just looking so dominant right now, Creedy.
Yeah, I mean, just the Hangman being able to waste so much time. I feel a lot of these problems could have been dealt with very quickly, save a lot of time. You have that construction window. You could have put that pressure on Hangman and Mila. And you could have done that a lot earlier. You wouldn't be so pushed for time going in that push. You wouldn't be taken out like that. 3 people nearly in the same burst. They got 2 players in that and then was able to clean up the last one very, very quickly. I mean, Waterloo, a bit one-dimensional in that. And next time I want to see a second front coming through. I mean, the construction push is fine. That's a good part. I want to see maybe getting that jacuzzi wall open, get a player over towards the main stairs, just have a couple more, just prod them.
Attackers need to locate
You're not trying to go in and slash Purdue. You want to get that death of 1,000 paper cuts. And with a site like Gym Bedroom, that really is the way to go. Returning to this bottom floor, though, my question is, are we going to see a very similar setup from Purdue? Well, it looks like we are. They are having those reinforcements. They are having the castle barricades. They're going to want to go with this adaptation of the SSG Rome, and who can blame them? It went so well. They wasted so much time last time.
I think the problem is that there's so much time that is just ticking off the board, and Waterloo isn't really using that time that is going off the board to their advantage. They're not getting information and going off of that. The roamers aren't getting taken off. Most of Purdue is alive by the time the rush really starts for Waterloo, and that's in the 20 seconds that are left on the clock. So what can Waterloo do here? They have the Jackal, they have the Yana, so it partly shifted over to kind of taking out this roam. Perhaps that is what we can speculate, because Slade is going to be on that Jackal. We are back on that basement side, and I think definitely Waterloo is prepared for the second floor roam. They've got the Jackal, they've got the Yana. Now they're going to be opening up that hot tub wall, and Mila is just right there. Mila going hot off that 3K last round. They are absolutely prepared to click some heads with that SMG-11.
Well, obviously, why wouldn't they be? But Hangman is looking to be the very first casualty of this round. That Jackal of Slate really getting to work. Will finally confirm that kill. And things are starting to pace up. Now, 3 rounds in, Will spot that player about to peek, but Mila just backs up at the best second. And will be able to escape with their life. Just play it safe. You play it down. You need to get back to site now. They know exactly where you're going to be. Make them worry. Ultimately, you still have that player on top floor, if I'm not mistaken. I'm liking this a lot more from Waterloo. They picked up the pace. They started thinking about how they're going to deal with these problems. And 3 rounds still yet to go. Suvin will leave and will even up that player count. But I don't know. Writing's on the wall. We can still see Waterloo start to step up.
It's been a very, very goofy game so far. We're having Suvin leave. We got the Providence team kill last round, but that advantage that Waterloo had, it's going to be really crushing, because you had that 5v4 advantage, and you had that last round too. That's the thing, and it's completely gone. We're now about a minute left, and I think Waterloo has really done the best job of getting around the site and preparing for the push the best that they can, but things have got to get started, and Mila could have a huge play here. They're going to creep up those blue stairs with the shotgun, and they're going to find it. The frag grenade is just going to be too slow, and it's going to be 4v3 and a 4v2, as it's Mila now, who has just been so deadly these last couple rounds. No one has been able to peek them.
Yes, and playing over towards that blue, we're going to have Laggers adding onto it, taking away Ultra with the one-tap UMP. Samwise doesn't really have an option other than to drop it to the Moto. Has to start pushing onto site, looks for the gunfight with Mila. But it looks like Purdue at the moment, they are living up to their name, and they are really stepping up. Now, looking at this opening kill, you get in control of that Mozzie. You're able to start moving in, you're able to start positioning themselves like you said. But I feel like time with Waterloo, if they can get this droning, if they can get that Gemini in before the Jackal into that storage area, then maybe things could go a different way. I mean, we're seeing Waterloo start to take steps in the right direction. This is the way I want them to go, but the question is, for this game, is it going to be too little too late? Because 4 rounds already in the way of Purdue, only 2 left on the attack. You can get them. You can win those. That isn't that big of a problem. But my big problem is Purdue. They're going to be rolling with this, aren't they?
Yeah, my question personally was, where's Suvin? And I was hoping that we might be able to get Suvin back, and think we are going to go on a little bit of a break. Make sure that we are back at the 5v5, because it doesn't feel out of reach for Waterloo. It definitely feels like a couple adjustments, and they really could be in it. Ever since that first round, they've made these little adjustments. And even though they did go down with 4 people remaining still on Purdue, that they've just looked better and better each round making these adjustments. And I want to see it all come to fruition, because I know that it can, but Purdue is just such a dominant team, Creedy.
Yeah, at the moment they really, really are. It's going to take a lot from Waterloo if they do want to beat them out at the moment. And honestly, I feel like it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Like, I do feel like we can see Waterloo start to step up and really start to take control of this. But they're going to need to make it happen now. They've been making improvements, they've been making adaptations that have been working out slowly but surely. I just want to see them being able to close things out. That's where they start to trip up now, is on those executes line. They can make this happen. Some of these rounds are a lot closer than the scoreline promises, but we're not going to find out yet while we're just waiting to get back into the game. 4 versus 5, obviously in the interest of competitive integrity. We don't want to go back into it in a 4v5. We want all 5 players in the lobby giving their best shot and showing exactly why they deserve to be in this league and they deserve to be at the top of it.
What's funny is that 3 rounds now, we have had somebody exit the round of unnatural causes. We've had 2 team kills, 1 on both sides, and then we've had somebody leave the game. We don't know whether it was an internet problem, computer problem. We're just speculating here, but like I said, we've had a very goofy game so far with those kind of circumstances.
Yeah, we really have, but it's the nature of the beast, really. When it comes to Rainbow Six Siege,
we're not on land, so
yeah, you've got to appreciate it is Siege, so you have to kind of cut it a little bit of slack, if that makes sense. But we are going to be taking a very short break while we do look again this 5th player back in. We will not be starting without going live, so make sure you don't go anywhere, because as soon as that player's back, we'll be jumping right back in it.
Whew. Course. What was that, Creedy? I'm not noticing anything. Are we just giving it a little bit, or are we all right? You want to bring us in, Creedy? Yeah, well, I think we're going back to operator pick, so.
Welcome back, guys. I said we were going to start as soon as possible, and, well, here we are, we're back. Round 5. We've just seen Purdue defend that bottom floor again, and it went very, very well for them. I mean, yet again, we saw Waterloo start to struggle towards these executes, which, when you look at the game so far, is more of an improvement. They're not struggling at that first hurdle, at least.
Protect your bombs from being used by attackers.
We're going back to CCTV. Last time we were here, it was a Waterloo rush, and they didn't bring a hard breach. That was kind of the problem that they had. I think the whole goal of that round was to go for the rush. It doesn't seem to be that way. Ultra going on the Habana. They're actually not going with something like an Ace or a Thermite, usually that you might see. Sometimes Habana might be brung as a secondary hard breach because, you know, she's able to open certain holes onto that garage quad wall to get a little peek onto rafters. But overall, what do you think? Does this Habana pick mean anything, or am I just kind of speculating into the wind here?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I look at that Habana and I say, well, the benefits of the Habana pellets is they do have more use, they do have more hard breach. You can use them more times, simply put, compared to the 3 Selma charges of Ace, the 2 Thermite charges of Thermite, and it's a case of when you're bringing that Thatcher as well, you do have to sacrifice an operator. You want to put it on one of your supports, you don't want that Thatcher going on entry, so that's the kind of thought process for me. You want to keep as much hard breach as possible on the board, but you do need to sacrifice it. Also, you can deal with the bandit tricking quite nicely. A little bit difficult, and Soundwise at the moment is struggling a little bit with that first EMP, which didn't even go out. That kind of makes sense. Here's where the bandit tricking comes through, and 9 times out of 10 the counter is to get that player down below with a frag grenade. But Subin has decided, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that opening frag, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the first opening frag we've seen Waterloo pick up.
All right, now they actually were able to get the opening frag until last round, but oh, that frag grenade, very, very scary. Mila's going to be able to get out, but it is not going to be at the cost of some deaths. Purdue is actually going to be behind, but Slate and Subin both so low. Waterloo's got to take this very, very carefully. They were able to shut down the bandit trick to a degree. You still see Ultra, but you lose all your frag grenades there. So Waterloo's lead in this round is on a tightrope.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this, and Waterloo, they still have a lot of ground to clear. They still have to take control of either construction or garage. Only one way that's going to happen is getting these players in. Sam Wise leading the charge is going to be taken out almost immediately, but the refrag from Ultra is there. 3 versus 2 now in favor of Waterloo, but they need to start making this entrance. They need to start pushing. They need to start getting into rafters. And if they're not going to do that quick enough, well, here's what we see. Purdue, they're going to start adjusting. They're going to start adapting and reorientating themselves to this Waterloo attack. And right now you can see they have got Providence holding this angle, where exactly Ultra and Suvin are. And without that wall being open or the player on the window, this is the only avenue of attack, Lyros. So they're going to have to try and pop that wall open, get inside. But as time ticks down, the smoke canisters, they go up in value. The first one starts to go through. The Habana pellets start to lead through. But the name of the game is given away here. Hangman, very much aware, will go for that pre-fire, will look for the kill. Won't land the shots just yet, but it's stopping Waterloo from moving forward. They're not comfortable. They don't want to move forward. And well, the look at that Saber will give things away. The plan does start to go down. Suvin will be able to stick it, but Providence down below looks to try and stop it on the default position. Won't do that, as Hangman's able to find a kill, even that player count. Providence down below looks to the hunt. Finds Slate as well. It's all down to Ultra in the 1 versus 2. Has to keep that diffuser safe. Isn't going to be able to pick Slate back up. And now, all on your lonesome. 30 seconds left. You have the eyes on the diffuser. But a player down below, you're going to be able to find a kill. Now, the call-out has gone through. No cameras for either side at the moment. As that bearing line comes out, it's going to be Hangman through the Habana pellets. Felled by your own hubris, Slate Ultra. And that is another round going for Purdue.
Oh, the Habana X Kairos, and you could see it was used earlier as a little bit of a prone crawl hole to get very, very secret access into the site. But in the end, it hurt Waterloo, because that is what Hangman used to find the toes of Ultra. You can see right here a great shot onto Providence, but just not expecting Hangman right around the corner, taken out, and Purdue 1 round away from a flawless defense on Clubhouse. And the closest Waterloo had gotten to a round win, Ultra just wasn't able to find the kill, and unfortunately, they might be going down 0-6 here.
Yeah, but obviously that's not what we want to happen. That plank going down, like I said, it's Waterloo. They're inching closer towards a possible round win. First of all, they struggled really hard at the start. Then they started to get deeper into the rounds. Then they started to get onto these executes. Now they've been able to plan what is in store. Now, this is their map pick, but when we go to a map like Villa or a map like Oregon, I'm expecting Waterloo to show this steady improvement. Granted, Clubhouse might not be going great, but you've been on the attack. You're going up against Purdue. You've taken some time to warm up, and I'm happy at the very least seeing that Waterloo are starting to improve. They're not stagnating. They're looking at what's going wrong, and they are saying, well, how are we going to fix it? How are we going to get better? And in my opinion, it's been paying off, just obviously not as much as they wanted to.
A very, very dangerous round for Waterloo. They're already kind of in that dangerous territory, but 5-1, it feels salvageable compared to a 6-0, where 1 slight mistake and the map is completely over. You might getting 1 in the pocket, especially once you're starting to swap the sides. It allows you a moment to breathe. Now, once again, I want to go back. Purdue has only let up 2 rounds last time. Last time they played, it was 7-1, 7-1. So, we might be looking in a mirror here, depending on how Waterloo potentially plays these next 2 rounds, because, like I said, no one wants to go down 7-0. I'm expecting Waterloo, how they've kind of progressed over these couple rounds over the last half, that this could be the round to really hit the button and get that round win they need.
I reckon it could happen. Why not now? Big thing though, big obstacles that we saw last time, shockingly enough, was Hangman playing on this exact shield. We had that with the smoke. I feel like this is what we wanted to see the first time, but Providence got team killed. The SMG-11, the shotgun behind that shield from close range, is going to be even more lethal than that Org A3. So having Providence playing behind here, you can see he gets aggressive. The ADS start to get burned. There's Zephyr impact nades will go through, and while Samwise will take damage, I don't think Suvin's aware of the position of Providence. Because of this, at the halfway mark, they're not going to push forward as Legacy is able to find that first kill. Construction wall will start to get opened up, and Waterloo start to make their lines of sight onto the objective, which they're going to need very, very badly. Frag grenade will go through, will be caught out by the Magna, and that's not really going to be a big problem for the side of Purdue. What will be, though, is they've just lost their mute.
Yeah, and actually that frag grenade could have been very, very scary depending on how long Slate would have prepared it. But oh my gosh, what a great lead there. But Suvin is going to be able to find something from it, but it might not matter in the end, as it's Samwise 50 HP is going to go into construction, and they're going to try to salvage what Waterloo has left them. They have 3 members to go against Providence, Hangman, and Goose Mini. They're going to be able to find one, but they immediately get taken down. It is the flawless half for Purdue, as they're going to now go on their attacking side looking very, very spiffy.
Yes, but the saving grace here, that's Samwise's first frag. I'm very pleased to actually see them pick it up on that possibly penultimate round. I'm happy for Sam at that position. You pushed in. You said, well, one versus 3. I'm gonna have to try. I mean, it's not like CS:GO. There is no economy. Every single round could go either way. So you might as well give it a go. You literally have nothing to lose, because that round at that point pretty much already lost. So Sam pushing in, finding a kill, putting themselves on the board. I don't know where they are playing that supportive role, but we're moving on to the defensive side. I feel like this map might be a little bit too done. Purdue, they have that confidence. They have that awareness that they are having the stronger game so far. This is going to carry into their attack, and a good attacking team have the confidence to execute these strats. That's something Waterloo are going to want to stall out very, very quickly into this round. They're probably going to want to get, that opening gunfight. That's something they need. If they don't get that, I don't see them taking this round, and I don't see them staying in this map for long.
Waterloo actually hasn't been super lacking. In the third of the rounds, they were able to get the opening kill. And so it doesn't show that, you get the opening kill, you win the round. That's why Purdue's been winning so much. They've been getting the opening kill. No, Waterloo, if we're not counting the team kill, of course, inside of Purdue, then Waterloo still has been able to get 2 opening frags. But you mentioned that is so important, especially on this defensive side, when you're somewhat able to set the pace of how these attackers come, because the Legion, the Malusi, the Smoke, 3 of the 5 operators designed to slow down the enemy, give the position on over to the defense, definitely lends itself to Waterloo and might give them the edge here.
Yeah. Not much I can add on.
Questioning my analysis, Creedy? I'm sorry.
No. I'm not going to lie on that. Anyway, moving forward. Let's stop talking about the analysis. Let's take a look at what's actually happening right now. What we can see is Suvin able to find that first kill. Now, Mila has been able to open up underneath, and Suvin's able to find a second. So Waterloo doing exactly what I wanted. They're getting those opening picks, but this main breach is starting to get opened up. This was the big problem for the side of Waterloo. They could, in the 2 times they attacked his site, they couldn't get that breach open. And that was a big problem when it came to their execute. Tamila, though, will be able to put themselves in double digits, finding that 10th kill while taking some damage to the smoke canisters. But for the meantime, Waterloo still have that player advantage.
The thing here, though, is Rafters does seem to be empty. And this is something that Purdue, knowing the team that they are, they really could take advantage of it. Question is, when we already see Providence up there, the deployable shield is still there, but Waterloo knows somebody is hiding out in Rafters and Ultra playing the shield very, very well. They have the help of these Jaeger ADSs, and they have the help of the entire enemy team behind them. So, couple ways this could go out. Purdue, they are going to have to be wary of these smoke canisters as that plant is going to start to go down. Providence taking a whole heap of damage, and they're going to be put below that 50 HP threshold. So a lot of smoke canisters going to do a lot of damage. 1 more in the pocket of Ultra as Purdue, they still want to get this flawless match, but Waterloo looking like they might have this one if they play their cards right.
Yeah, now with the smoke canisters and the impact nades down below, that could have ended it all out. But Mila playing down below will find Slate, will be able to find that kill to even things out. Flashbang goes off, and Ultra with the FMG9 looks for that kill, can't find Providence. The plant's gonna start to go down. They're out of smoke canisters, they're gonna have to take the gunfight. The goo mines, that's not gonna work. The C4 goes out, it finds the kill as Gooseman has a kill on their own. But Mila now, 20 seconds left, will start to get the plant. Samwise has to go on the aggression, goes for the swing, doesn't find a kill. Gooseman isn't gonna be taken out, but Ultra is going to be removed. That's going to be down to Mila finding the round, finding the map, and most importantly, finding Purdy's first map in this series.
Oh, and it was close once again. That 1v1 that just cannot win it out on the side of Waterloo. We did see Purdue go 7-0, and things looked promising. You and I talked about how over the match, it just progressively seemed like Waterloo were getting better and better, and we're kind of seeming like they were going to start taking some rounds, but they ran out of driving space. They ran out of road there, going 7-0 on their own map pick, and it's a little crushing to have something like that happen on your own map pick.
Yeah, it really is, but we are going to be moving to Villa for our second map, and I feel like Waterloo, it's not a map that's so far out there that you can't try and keep this momentum and have a little bit more of that driving space that you were talking about, but the pressure is going to be on Purdy. They're definitely warm, especially Mila having an incredible day for frags at the moment. So you're going to have to really start to ramp things up big time while keeping those basics tight. For now, though, Light Rose, we're going to be taking a short break, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Not going to be as short as the one we had earlier, but it's still not going to be that long. We'll be right back after a couple minutes. Just get refreshed, get some snacks, get some popcorn. We'll be right back.
Ultra pushing through, will find a kill, we're going to take it out. Providence finding a second.
Really going to work out, but it's not going to work out for Waterloo. They're going to keep but Slate on probably about 5 HP. He's going to throw that frag grenade.
Yeah, it felt like Waterloo, they were very much pushed into a situation that they
hang out right by the fan. Oh, things are looking very, very dangerous. If Milo finds the right shot, they're going to find two through the wall. And there we go. With only Gerb left outside, 10 seconds left. They're immediately
first casualty of this round. That Jackal of Slate really getting to work. Will find they
have a huge play here. They're going to creep up those blue stairs with the shotgun, and they're gonna find it. The frag grenade is going to be too slow, and it's going to be 4v3, and a 4v has been able to peek them.
Yes, and playing over towards that blue, we're going to have laggers. An option other than to drop it to Moto. Has to start pushing onto site. Looks to the gunfight with Mila. Is leading the charge. Is going to be taken out almost immediately by the refrag from Ultra. Hangman's able to find a kill, even that player count. Providence down below looks to the hunt. Fighter in the 1 versus 2. Has to keep that diffuser safe. Isn't going to be able to pick Slane's left. You have the eyes on the diffuser. But a player down below, you're going to be able to find a kill. Cameras for either side at the moment. As that bearing line comes out, it's going to be Hangman.
Depending on how long Slate would have prepared it, but oh my gosh, members to go against Providence, Hangman, and Goosemani. They're going to be able to find one, but they immediately have this one if they play their cards right.
Yeah, now with the smoke canisters and the smoke canisters, they're gonna have to take the gunfight. The goo mines, that's not gonna work. That's the aggression. Goes for the swing, doesn't find a kill. Goosemani isn't gonna be taken out.
I never miss that fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these dreams I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. shame, there's no time. Feel the pain, live the grind. I could change, in my mind. Pick a lane, commit and climb. The only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact. Taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat. Put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, welcome back. Map 1 is complete and did go the way of Purdy Gold. But Waterloo Gold, like they were showing steady improvements earlier. The question is, are they going to be able to carry that through to Villa, or are we going to see Purdue really take it to it like a duck to water on their own map pick?
Yeah, Waterloo's got to take the momentum and the skill that they got on Clubhouse and transfer it completely over to a different map of Villa that they did not pick. Usually teams, you're expected to know kind of the map pool, especially Villa due to how much it's played. But overall, he still didn't choose it. And Purdue is coming off a very, very hot 7-0. So you can prepare for a onslaught of strategy and extremely good gunplay coming your way. So the odds are not in Waterloo's favor going on to this. But, you know, everybody loves an underdog here. Is Purdue just too strong?
Well, they certainly do love an underdog. And heading into Villa, it's a map where I've always said that a really good aggressive team since that 20-second meta, if they can get control of 90 within the first 40 seconds of being in the building, then they have a really good position. They have a lot of time to position for their attack. They have a lot of time to really adjust, see what's going on, plan, and then go for that execute. I feel like that's what Purdue are going to be able to execute, unless we see Waterloo do exactly what I wanted them to do in that first defensive round on the last map. Of if Waterloo, they're able to stall them out, slow them down, this is where we'll start to see them really step up. We haven't seen them on the defensive bar one round, so they might still have something left in the tank. The question is how much, and can it compare to whatever Purdue have been on at the moment?
Yeah, and I think a thing to think about here is mental state a little bit. Like, yes, we had a very, very quick one, but I mentioned it very, very briefly, is getting 7-0'd is rough. Like, if you have ever been on the opposing end of a 7-0, it is very, very hard on your motivation and your mental state, especially if you have to go into the next map, because knowing that you were not able to get a single round off of your opponent, it is hard to think about. But Waterloo on this defensive side, we weren't able to get much of that on Clubhouse. So we could see something a little bit new. We only saw one round on Clubhouse. So right now, they're going to start their ban phase. The ball is in their court on this defensive side. The ball is in Purdue's court, though there's a lot of balls right now, and you're not going to take that out of context.
Has everyone clipped that now? Yeah.
All right.
All right. Good to know.
I
Producer's
understand my
got
career
it, so.
might be over, but...
Well, you know, the dark void comes for us all, like Rose. Well, looking towards the bad phase, speaking of the dark void, Thatcher and Flores, they're going to be the first two operators heading over there. Now, Waterloo getting rid of that Thatcher early on, this makes so much sense to me. They left Thatcher on in the last map. I don't think they really got the full usage out of it. And whereas Purdue, they really took it, they were able to speed up a lot of their attacks, take a lot of control with it. I feel like taking that Thatcher off, just playing it safe, playing what you know. Flores, though, the amount of utility that these terror drones could get rid of, there's 4 drones, and they have a really good blast radius. I think it goes without saying why the rest of these operators have been banned.
Yep, Valkyrie is going to be put through, so maybe we'll see Waterloo bring that forward because, you know, her intel, very, very good. You're able to put these camps in these very, very sneaky spots that the attack just aren't able to spot, especially if they don't bring in IQ. IQ is kind of hardly ever brought. It's very, very rare that you might see her because teams, they're so used to going underneath, you know, possibly using frag grenades, Zofia impacts, just to shoot the floor underneath. And why would you bring an IQ when you can do that? Have concussions on Zofia, have even more destructive power on Ashe. And so teams will not bring that IQ, but we're not going to have Valkyrie, at least so far. No 6th pick just yet, and there we go. So there is going to be a 6th pick onto the Ace and a 6th pick onto the Smoke. So a very different change for both of those operators, but I do like how the changes. I do like the change to the Smoke and the Ace.
Yeah, I feel like with these changes, you're saying, okay, with the Vigil, we've kind of teased it aggressive play. So they have it in their mind, they need to roam clear, they need to be very, very careful, and with Go playing on the roam as well, then that idea is reinforced. But you still have that shotgun for setup, the SMG-11, the time denial, which is something I feel Waterloo will want to rely on quite heavily with the smoke canisters, with those Banshees. On the flip side, though, seeing that Ace come out is a bit of a relief. We talked about having that Habana as your singular heart breacher last game. And while you do have a lot of gadget, a lot of heart breach potential, you do start to run into the problem of if that player dies early on, that's it. You are walking in through these kill boxes that the defenders have specifically provided. Bringing Mila, bringing out Ace, we know Mila can frag, you've got nothing to prove. Get the AK-12 in that gunner's hands. And honestly, like, let's just see this player go absolutely crazy. Because Purdue, they're starting off very strong. They are going to have to deal with these roamers very quickly. But for me, the question is how quickly can they get rid of them?
Yeah, no Jackal. Instead, you're just going to have the information of that Gemini, and you're going to have the anti-roam of those air jabs. Right now, Gerb is going to fire a couple shots, and they're going to duck, dip, dive, and weave all the way over. And both of the roamers on the side of Waterloo are going to get taken out within the first minute. Not the start you wanted on Villa. Gerb isn't dead per se, but you know, with that Z-King coming out, a lot of bullets getting fired, they're eventually going to get taken out. So now it's just the anchors of Waterloo, the Wamai, the Jaeger, and the Smoke. And with the time that the roamers really weren't able to get off the clock, Suvin's smoke canisters, there's so much value in them now.
Yeah, now, I talked about getting control of 90 within the first 40 seconds of entering the building. Purdue, within the first minute of entering and starting the round, have control of 90. They have that aggression. They have 2 picks on the board as well. A very good position for them to be in. Now, they have got these Wamai magnets to play behind on the side of Waterloo, the ADSs, the smoke canisters, and those Banshees already placed. But wasting time, how long can it make up for these lost players? Well, Slate's going to try and put a little bit of a fix to that. Will be finding a kill as Providence is able to find the refrag, takes away the Wamai off the board. And suddenly, Waterloo, a very difficult position. Ultra top lane has to try and cover this 90 and study position while Suvin Gotta focus on Zombie. Gotta make sure that plant does not go down in Zombie. In that vault door. Minute left on the clock. The diffuser has been picked up, and with 2 smoke canisters gone already, well, it's only going to be a matter of time before they can just push in.
This bar seems to be the place of defense for Waterloo, and now Purdue is going to take the risk. They're going to go in and they're going to plant behind map. Suvin, no smoke canisters, no utility at all to use, so now it is just up to Gunplay. Laggers going to take some damage, and the time is starting to tick off the clock. Waterloo's got to make a decision somehow. Ultra and Steuben still hanging behind this main stairs and study area. And Purdue, they can just hang back as long as they need. They have time on their side. And they've only got about 20 seconds left. Ultra, the last one left alive. And they just seem stuck behind this bar with 4 members alive on Purdue. There isn't much they can do. And a great shot from Loggers is eventually going to put this round into the books. 1-0 for Purdue, and it seems like this attacking start, they are starting long. No time. And they're getting this one off the runway.
Yeah, well, it looked like there was nothing Waterloo could do, and that's simply put because there was nothing they could do. They had a player over towards that study side. They had Zombie covered. They had the vault door area. They had a player over towards that 90 on Repel. That's where we saw the player of Samwise being taken away. Ultimately, we saw those first 2 roamers being taken away straight off the bat, and that really put the hurt into the side of Waterloo, like you said. Those 2 players suddenly couldn't come back to 90. They couldn't try and waste that little bit more time. They couldn't go down below. Unfortunately, there are times that you have to play your life. That wasn't one of them. Like, saw Waterloo pull back, and while you're looking at the anchors, obviously they should be able to put in some work. I feel like the positioning just wasn't entirely there either from the side of Waterloo. You know, I want to play over towards the 90. I want to play over towards study. Maybe one more on bar or top main with the vertical. That I can look at and say, okay, there is potential for that setup. But Purdue, they capitalized upon it really, really well. They took control, took 90, took the vault door and study. It was a fast push. It was well capitalized upon. They didn't give Waterloo time to make those adjustments. And on the side of Purdue, that was a very good round, an exceptional one even.
This round, a lot of pressure might be on the roamers, because going back to last round, both were taken out almost in the blink of an eye. And that might do the trick there. Gerb taking out Goose Smitty, a little bit of a spawn peek there, so that is going to take your Nomad off the board. So the only thing they can do is call out the drones that Purdue might be putting around the site. So a good start by Waterloo. The question is, how are they going to act on it? How are the roamers of Waterloo going to be able to waste the time off the clock? Because they've been kind of gifted a little bit of a present here with Goose Smitty going off the board.
Yeah, being able to find this opening pick, well, suddenly it means that Purdue, they might be a bit less committal coming into these attacks. They might not want to be going straight in swinging, but on the flip side, Waterloo, you need to not get too cocky. You need to think about these gunfights that you're going to take. Do you have support? Do you have a refrank, crossfire, etc.? That's where we're really going to see whether Waterloo deserve to convert this round pick into a round win. Time to get down. Purdue will start to move in a minute off the clock already. A much better position for the side of Waterloo. But that 90 has to get opened up. That 90 will be taking control. Providence looks like they're about to push in. Ultra goes on the hunt, finds the player of Providence. And in doing so, will get another player advantage. Gets that diffuser down in study and puts Purdue into a little bit of an awkward situation. That is before Laggers just walks through Vault, finding that kill, taking that player away. Hangman with the answer takes away Slater's Gerb falls to Mila. And, well, what went from a very dominant start for the side of Waterloo, well, it's just flipped on its head like a coin.
3v2, and that utility is just starting to get blasted away. Laggers is going to be able to see Suvin, who's just going to have to back off. So Waterloo seem backed in the corner, both figuratively and literally, with you can see with Samwise. If Purdue drones this spot correctly, which they are, Samwise is a very dangerous position. They're going to peek in and they're going to do a great shot onto Hangman. It's going to equal things up. And now you're going to have a little bit of a split push here. You're going to have Mila in Masters and Laggers into that hallway. So how is it played? If Samwise taking out Laggers, this could be the round that they need. Mila's going to be able to push this. They're going to be able to take out. But Suvin on the other side is going to be able to get the first round of the match for Waterloo on the board, and some great individual plays by all of Waterloo.
Yep, the first round of the series as well, like, which is a big, big thing for Waterloo. Obviously, they've just come off their map pick, 7-0. Getting that round, huge. Big, big momentum boost. Big, big motivation, really. Because you're looking at it and saying, well, we beat them on that round. We could do it on this side. We've done it once, we could do it again. Looking towards how the side of Waterloo got that round win, well, it was refrags. Gurv getting that opening pick, getting that spawn peak, suddenly Waterloo could play the numbers game. In doing so, they at least made sure that when Ultra went on the hunt, got Providence, yeah, that player was going to die,
Attackers need to locate and
but nobody else
as many bombs
died.
as they can.
Ultra was in a position where he could play his life and should play his life. This is where Waterloo is starting to step up bit by bit.
Attackers have located
I
bombs.
really want to see them just develop into a team that I think, if we saw them at the start on Clubhouse, they could beat Purdue. This is the kind of development that I want to see from this team.
I think going back to that spawn peak, it shows a little bit of what is happening. Waterloo, they want to take Purdue by surprise, and Purdue not exactly resting on their laurels, but not exactly ready at the jump of a gun either. And it shows that we could be in for a ride if Waterloo is ready to take these risky positions that Purdue is not ready for, because they 7-0'd on the last map. Waterloo could really be in for a surprise here if they go on these couple round tears. They do these kind of really unique plays that one might not expect, because Purdue sticks to the default. They're very, very good at the default so far, and it was able to win them the first map. But if Waterloo doesn't play that way, and if Loggers gets taken out already, nobody seems to be around to maybe get the refrag, but they might be able to get the revive. So already another good start for Waterloo, but Gurv's got to be very, very careful here, and they're going to walk straight into the fire of Hangman. What looked like an opportunity could be wasted here.
Yeah, and immediately you're looking at that saying, okay, well, the overall health, the damage it's done to Laggers, if that revive does come through, which it will, well, yeah, you can look at that and say, well, that's an investment for later. Well, now you're just trying to bring things back. Well, Slate with the DMR going down from main stairs finds not one but two and takes away Laggers and Goose Smitty. So, ignore me. Ignore what I've just said, because Goose Smitty heard me and said, well, Slate heard me, sorry, and said, no, I'm done with that. Returning to that top floor, we'll be looking to get that defensive setup in place, and the rest of Purdue now somewhat left scratching their heads thinking, what do we do?
The droning has come out. It's going to push the Wamai to a little bit of a safe spot, but ooh, Hangman going to see the head of the Aruni and just going to do a little bit of the funky crosshair placement, able to even it up. 3v3. So now Waterloo, they're going to try to drain this defensive utility, but they got to be very, very careful about Samwise in the corner here. They were able to play some very clutch plays from in the corner of Stature, and they can have another great plays, but Providence gonna take Mila out from behind, and that puts Purdue another sticky situation with Samwise in the corner if nobody's ready, but they are, and that's gonna put it at a 2v2. Subin down. It's just left up to Ultra Kill, and they're gonna try to stop them. They're gonna be able to take out Hangman and Providence versus Ultra, the 1v1 situation. The HP advantage gone over to Purdue, but the positioning might be over to Ultra. And now that timer is going to start to tick, tick, tick away. Providence going to hang right by this bomb site. Possibly might be able to use that 1.5 to their advantage. Ultra going to sneak very, very carefully. A little bit closer, try to get any advantage that they can. But it's going to be Providence waiting around the corner in just a couple quick shots. And it's Purdue taking the lead.
Yeah, what we could see there was Ultra just cosplaying, you know, Andrew Garfield recently. Tick, tick, boom. The pressure of that clock just approaching ever closer, because as soon as that diffuser goes down, the attackers become the defenders. Now, Purdue, huge effort to try and bring things back. Huge effort from the side of Waterloo to actually try and get it back to that 1 versus 1. But at the end of the day, the positioning, the information was there for Purdue. It wasn't for Waterloo. That's where we saw Providence win out. I feel like in a one-on-one gunfight, it could have gone either way. This is good because compared to Clubhouse, it would have gone Purdue's way. Now, it could have been balanced. Now we need to see Waterloo get these other factors in. Obviously, Jaeger from Laundry couldn't do that much. But what you could do is say, okay, well, this information, we could bring a Valkyrie. That was a big problem. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have these cameras helping us out, because if we're losing these roamers, if we were losing these players early on, especially in that first round, because Valkyrie, we get the information, they are aware that they have to find these cameras, but they don't know where. That's still going to take time, like, and that's still something that Waterloo need to take advantage of.
You have no idea how much that Tick Tick Boom reference warmed my heart. I love that movie.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank you for bringing it into my mind. Might have to rewatch it, but
5 seconds.
no, time for movies will be in the future. And Waterloo wants to make sure that we're going to be here for as long as we can. Mention how close that these rounds have been. So Spawn Peak in order. Gerv wanting to still keep Purdue on their toes, wanting to make sure that they're always ready. But no, it's going to mean that Purdue's going to be safe outside just for now. The roam isn't as extended as we've seen. It's going to be Gerv who are going to be actually slinking into Trophy Stats. I spoke a little too early, but actually now the foot is onto Purdue. They were so quick in taking out the roam the last time we were here. Is it going to be the exact same thing again?
Well, with the drones being taken away, this Mozzie pass will be taking away a lot of the information from Purdy. Something I said just a second ago was a huge thing. But with Mila on Wolf Window showing that not always you need that information, Mila will stay alive from that C4. As Slate will just be backing up, playing it safe. The C4 didn't get the kill. Don't risk it. You don't have the player lives to risk it. So, Waterloo, they're playing it safe. They're getting into sight. Although the big problem with this line, Waterloo, they couldn't escape if they wanted to.
Oh my, you are on fire tonight with these references. That was so perfectly worked in there. I don't know how.
User has been dropped.
I'm stunned. Oh my god.
There was two different types of reactions. It was you like, wow, how did you get that in there? And just the call from production of please stop.
Two types of people in this world when it comes to puns.
I
Right
suppose
now.
there is.
Yeah, right now we are going to see these black guys do some work as Slate evening things up here using that prone position to their advantage. Could they find another one? The angle just doesn't seem to be there as it's Goosemitty who finds the kill, finds it down, but they are going to actually be able to confirm it. So Slate, if they lay their cards right there, going to be a sleek over. No, it's going to be Goosemitty who's going to be able to take him on it. Samwise taking a lot of damage in the process. A lot of bullets firing in this hallway as now we're at a 3v3. Suvin going into study and immediately taken out by Loggers who had not moved from that landing position. Purdue having the man advantage as we go to that 40-second margin. Diffuser in Loggers position and Samwise just in a very, very difficult spot, both health-wise and positioning-wise. Waterloo, they're gonna have to somehow pull this win from a rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, and right now Purdue, well, they're driving forward. You can tell that they're pushing through. They need to get this plank going down. The C4 goes out. Does it have enough power? No, it doesn't. That plank goes down. Ultra gets taken down. Purdue, they devour. And as Mila finishes them off, well, that Samwise taken away. And another round for Purdue.
Every single round that Purdue has won, they have put the plant down. As showing you that Purdue has been able to get inside the building and effectively clear sight, put it down, and win these post plants every single time. And I think that is showing the prowess at Purdue's roam clear. It's showing just how good they are. Like I said, at roaming clear, it's a time and time again that Waterloo is just pushed into a corner of the site. Whether it's bar, whether it is just that northwest corner by billiards. That is something that the enemy, if you're stuck in a corner, you're panicking.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, got to give them a lot of credit to the side of Waterloo. Purdue, they've been very, very well, very, very strong so far. They've been very, very controlling. Waterloo, they've been able to start prying into these weaknesses, but the areas they're struggling, well, it's very simple what to do from there. That's the thing you target in your next training, in your next VOD review. You're looking towards things like this roaming positioning, things like this late round positioning, and these post-plan situations. Those are the kind of things that you're going to want to address when it comes to the next practice, when it comes to the next scrim. Start working on these retakes, start working on coordination. And honestly, I see a lot of potential in Waterloo. Arguably a similar amount to Purdue, but the thing is with Purdue, it's just a little bit more refined. Now, Waterloo, they can be there,
Attackers are
And
moving
we've
out to
seen it.
locate a bomb
They've
and
started to get to that position, but they just need that little bit more time, I think. And we can really get there going.
Something that we haven't really been able to spot out, or at least haven't really been able to pinpoint, is the droning for Purdue. I feel like in this map, the roam clear, it's hard to see whether that is due to the droning of Purdue or just the positioning of Waterloo hasn't been the best, so Purdue is just very easily able to take them out. I wish we could see whether the assistance of the droning is there. There have been times where they've been able to spot someone out, and it's been able to push Waterloo back. Already Curve, you know, I mentioned those very, very risky plays. Just peeking it again after the Sophia!
Oh!
And through the wall.
Oh! Finds a second kill and goes into study to try and look for a third, while Mila will be able to find a kill. Goof's just able to find another. 2 minutes left on the clock. That diffuser is locked down, ready to go. And Goof, well, you can just back up. You've done more than enough. You've gone above the Call of Duty. While Purdue, they will take that diffuser. The C4 down below. This is why we bring the Valkyrie and the intel. Look at that C4. And while Goof has taken away, well, it's still a 3 versus 1 light, and half the round hasn't even elapsed.
Oh, Mila, Valkyrie is going to be right around this position. They seem poised and ready to attack anybody who leaves Aviator, but exactly there it is. Mila is going to try to peek it, but Slate is just absolutely there. And Gurv, look at this shot. It doesn't matter how drunk they are from these concussions. They are ready to fight. It will take out Loggers, and then this fight as well, dropping the diffuser, and then the C4 kill. Waterloo is here to fight, and we are at a 3-2 scoreline. And I'm so excited to see how this last round is going to play out, whether we are going to end up at a 3v3 scoreline. Because we are back in an exciting match of Siege.
I would absolutely love to see that 3-3 scoreline suddenly going onto the attack. Waterloo, they can really show their attacks have warmed up, their attacks have improved, whereas Purdue, this is your map on Villa. If you really want to step up and show that it's yours, this is the time to do it. Get this next round, 4-2 split, get on that defensive side. It's all yours to take home. Right now, though, this round, it's anyone's game. Kitchen Dining, the Valkyrie, the Mute, the Pulse, all of the items, all of the ingredients for a really good defensive round are on the cards
Attackers
here.
have located a bomb.
I feel like the kitchen site for Purdue, they haven't really been able to exactly test their metal. Last time we were here, it was the kind of that 1v1, and it didn't feel like Purdue's attacks were on their best. It felt like they were just kind of being able to take out, they were hurting themselves. This was a time where we actually saw the team kill. They kind of handicapped themselves with that. It's the first time we've had one of those unusual exits that we saw, unlike last map. So how is Purdue going to effectively attack here? How are they going to try to take these roamers? Are they going to go from top down? How are they going to attack this roam overall? Because last time Laggers was taken out so early, it seems they're doing the exact same thing. Is Waterloo going to do the exact same thing?
Here we are again. My. Right now, though, on the run out, trying to escape that gunfight from Laggers is going to be the player of Slayton. Well, the confusion tactic clearly has worked, because immediately you're able to jump downstairs, get away, go for another gunfight, as Goof is able to find a victory in their own. Finds Hangman, backs off, good, gets refragged by Mila. Playing the cutoff. Purdue, they had a wake-up call last round. This is where they're going to start showing up. This is where they're really going to start tightening up on these problems. These are little chinks in the armor that Waterloo start to pick up on. And this is where we start to see the good teams from the great teams, who can really develop from these little things.
Something to notice, every single round, whoever has got the opening pick has won the round. We saw Gurv. They were able to take out Hangman, immediately got refragged, but that's still the opening kill. It's not exactly a kill that you're able to act on, but taking out Hangman, who has the second highest kill count on the side of Purdue, is definitely an achievement that you can have. Overall, you still have a lot of utility in your pocket. You're not going to have those refreshing goo mines, but you still have 3 C4s in your pocket, combined with the intel that you have from Ultra, from Slate. If Waterloo just sits back, they use their utility, right? Especially in Ultra. Ultra's communication needs to be key here. The C4s could really just stop Purdue's attack where they stand, especially now that Slate has spotted Mila.
Yeah, the big thing for me is that we're seeing a lot of these Valkyrie cameras still on the board. We haven't seen them taken away. And while they will start to get shot at, like you said, the positioning is perfect. Slate's able to strike, will find a kill onto Mila, takes away the Selma charges as well. And with 40 seconds left, the rest of Purdue, they have to start getting aggressive. Providence, the player to win this site last time. Well, they're going on the hunt. They're able to find Ultra. Are they aware of the shotgun? Yes, they are. Providence finding a second, has to look for a third as Subin's taken away. Slate in Memorial gets a player of Goose Smitty. Will they buck the trend? Will they bring it back from that first gunfight? As the plant starts to go down. One player plants, one player covers. But Providence doesn't even care. Gonna be coming off the plant to get the kill. And that Light Rose is going to be a 4-2 split in favor of Purdue.
And so many disruptions from the usual. It's the first time Purdue had won without a plant. This is the first time that the opening kill has not led to the winner of a round. And whatever happened here, Providence missed shots inside of the site. Nobody turned around and killed Providence, who was then able to get a 2K and get complete control of the site. A lot of that can probably be due to the absolute amount of chaos that was going on in the site, but still, that is an egregious mistake looking back on it, because Providence made a lot of missed shots with the Bearing 9, and they were just able to correct themselves, be calm, and kind of lead Purdue to the victory there, because they were effectively able to clear 2 members of Waterloo from the site.
Yeah, and I feel like that honestly just... That entire play, Providence being able to push through, get that kill, get those kills, that was round changing. That was round winning. We had a beautiful set of positioning coming through from the rest of the defenders, from the players of Soothin, Slate, and Ultra. But, unfortunately, like you said, nobody reacted to the very obvious presence of Providence, and allowing the Habana to get away with that just ripped this defensive side on its half. Speaking of the half, though, we have approached that second half, so let's focus on that. It's a new round, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and I'm hoping to God that Waterloo, and not just Gurv, are feeling good.
And the attack from Waterloo is the first time that they've been able to attack on Villa now that we have swapped sides. They have not won an attacking round this entire match, so still the pressure is on. The pressure is on for this half. The pressure is on for the entire match, because they are down 2, because they have not won an entire attacking round. Can Goose Smitty start this defensive round for Purdue with a bang? The intel have not been spotted out by Waterloo, especially because this Gemini clone now is about to run out. The drones are not there, and here we go. The attack might be initiating onto this Aviator game site, but the pause button has been pressed for now.
It has, but not for the player of Mila. That Mozzie Commando 9 will be able to find a kill. Laggers with the C4 is going to add another to the board. And with that, well, some of Waterloo's still outside, but a lot of this roam clear will be taken away very, very quickly. Goose Smitty will be trying to refrag onto Mila, but that's going to be Laggers finding Samwise. It is now down to Gurv and Ultra. Goose Smitty looking for that gunfight, as Gurv has to be aware of every single angle. Light Rose were at an aquarium because the blood is in the water. The sharks are circling, and Purdue, with very little effort, are able to close out that round as they strike.
Yeah, 4 members alive for Purdue, the highest that they have had since the first round. And that was an extremely dominant defensive round already, not letting Waterloo anywhere near the site, just slaughtering them in the roam game. Just simply C4's intelligence and walking into the gunfire of Purdue. So this defensive round probably has gone the best you could have, especially when snuffing out a little bit of hope on the side of Waterloo. The attacking side, remember, they have struggled all match to really get their attacking going. It's taken them a lot of momentum to really get things going. They cannot afford that. 2 more rounds, and they are going to be done for the
Defenders,
night.
protect your bombs
So
from
if
being
they're going to
defused
get
by
things
attackers.
going, they've got to activate turbo mode here.
Yeah, but I'm not going to lie. I'm looking at Villa and I'm saying it's a much better, a much closer game coming out from the side of both teams. And this isn't to slander Purdue in any way, shape, or form. They've kept up that quality of play that we saw on Clubhouse. Waterloo, they have stepped up in a massive way to get this game a lot closer. I feel at this point, it's not necessarily either team playing bad, it's just one team playing better than the other or having that little extra X factor. And by the scoreline, you can tell which team will have that little extra X factor. But for Waterloo, this is a huge motivating kind of series for me. You can see exactly how positivity, keeping it going, that consistency, you can see the benefit of it in the scoreline, in the closeness of these rounds, in the similarity of these KDs. I mean, you're looking at this and you're seeing quite a few of the Waterloo players starting to wake up just a little bit. They could start to perform a little bit more, don't get me wrong, but that's coming up with time. That's that X factor I was talking about on the side for Purdue.
I mean, mentioning kills, you've got Mila, Loggers, and Providence
Bomb located
all
by
at
attackers.
8, 8, and 9. Very, very impressive scoreline. All 3 of them have more kills than the entirety of Waterloo. Very, very impressive looking at just the impact that they have all had. And Waterloo actually going up these main stairs. Mila is going to get taken out, but they're going to immediately counteract with the C4 of their own, and they're going to be able to take out Gerv. So Purdue, with a bang, 2 C4s now that have been almost prepped and immediately been taken out. There is going to be Loggers going off the board. Zafika boost is just going to give a little bit of boost on over to Waterloo's attack as they're going to try to get closer and closer to the site and get any advantage that they can.
Yeah, and Hangman is going to be adding on to the advantage for the defensive side, however. Will be finding that kill, takes away Ultra, takes away that roam clear potential. And at the halfway mark, Waterloo's starting to stall out, a little bit uncomfortable, not really sure what to do. They've gone for that study side push. They don't have control of 90. But if they want to make this push work, they need to get pushed through to 90. They need that bookshelf position. They need to be able to have that second area, that little bit of area to stretch out onto. And, well, there's only one way to get that. They're going to need to take that gunfight. They're going to need to win out and take the fight straight to Purdue. Problem is, though, that's not happening right now. Purdue are aware of this and only holding the most passive of angles. They have the numbers advantage. They play together. So as soon as Suvin pushes forward, has to take the gunfight with the Aruni, well, that Oryx is just going to peek. And that's going to make life even harder. Or the Wamai, sorry.
Now that Wamai Magnus have been taken off, a possible frag grenade from Slate could do some magic, especially as the gun from Suvin. Gonna be able to take out one, even it up in a second. Onto Goose Mini. They're gonna have 3 on the round so far. Mila on particularly low HP, but it's still Hangman with the C4. We've seen the impact that the C4s have had all match. As Mila's gonna get shot at, no damage done to them, and they're gonna walk away just a little bit of health left, get taken out, and it's all up to Hangman Suvin with the quad. And Hangman's gonna go into study, gonna be able to find 1, finds 2! And it's up against 1v1, full health versus full health. Samwise against the bar, here's the C4, it's gonna get stuck! And they're not gonna have the advantage that they want, but it could be a distraction play perhaps. Hangman gonna be going to vault, and they're not gonna find the kill! It's a missed opportunity off the board, only a couple of damage done to them. And now Samwise knows the position of Hangman. That explosion for the C4 not gonna do anything, a possible distraction ploy, as now Hangman has entered the site. A little bit more damage done, but it's Samwise who's gonna find the head of Hangman. And a very, very close one. And Purdue are not gonna be on match point just yet.
Oh my lord, a huge execute onto the side coming in from Suvin, being able to find 4 kills, nearly getting that ace. But as soon as that retake came through from the side of Hangman, C4, that C4, if it landed, it would have ended everything. If Hangman was then able to hit the shots, that could have ended everything. That could have put us to match point. But it's just little things that have been keeping Waterloo in it. They are able to find another round. And, well, I'm not saying it wasn't deserved. I'm saying there was a bit of luck behind it and a lot of Suvin behind it as well. Question is, can they keep it going, though? Like, they need 3 more rounds in a row to make sure that they don't have to go to overtime.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
1v1
many bombs
clutch as they get your heart beating, and they show you what somebody can perform like under pressure. And unfortunately for Hangman, probably not the one that he's going to want to put on the resume. You've got these very, very tight situations that Samwise was able to come away with, and Samwise is probably one person that you're going to want to go up against in a 1v1. Last round, they were tied for last in kills against Ultra, so you're going to have that one round as a loss. You still have a 2-round advantage. You're going back over to AVG, so mistakes can be fulfilled. You've got Mila, who unfortunately wasn't able to get anything done in the vault when going up against all 3 members, but you can take a breath if you're Waterloo, because now you've got that one round. You've got something that you can say, hey, we have won an attacking round. We beat Hangman, we beat Purdue on AVG. They're going there again. Let's do it again. Except this time, we're going to do it better.
Yeah, that's the big thing that actually worries me, like, is they've got to do it again. They've got to do it again 3 times to get match point. They've got to do it 4 times to close this out, get us over towards that Oregon, and keep themselves in it. They've got to win that out as well. But Waterloo, they're stepping up in a massive way. Huge amount of credit to them. They've deserved to be at this scoreline. I'd say they deserve to be a lot closer, but right now, Lagers, he doesn't agree with me. He's going to be able to find that first kill. Slate will find the refrag, takes away Hangman. Almost the hero of that last round. Will not have the opportunity to clutch it again. Will be shut down. The player on red stairs, Goose Smitty, will be wanting to coordinate with Lagers now. Get that 90 control on lock. Get the game plan down now. The side of Waterloo, they're going to be slowing down a bit while they start to push down below. Which means, well, we might see some upnades coming through from the player off Slate, which I'm quite excited for. I love a good bit of smart upnading from a good attacking team.
A little bit of a pause here. You can see that things are a little bit silent, and I don't think they're going to be silent for very long. Goose Smitty is going to get stunned, but we've seen that stuns might not matter, as now it is going to be Suvin off the board. It doesn't matter if it's Gerv. It doesn't matter if it's Goose City. Malusi with the MP5, with the concussion. Very, very dangerous, as now Purdue is going to have that advantage. 4v3, it's still going to be Mila behind the shield, who now has hit that double-digit margin. And oh, that frag grenade is a very scary thing. Mila barely going to escape from the fire as they take just a little bit of damage, as Ultra now has to be aware of Providence, who's got a great angle onto here and a great shot onto Ultra, just the tiniest of angles. And now Waterloo, a 2v4. It's going to be up to Slate and Samwise. One of the highest kills. You've got 9 on the side of Waterloo versus 3. They are going to have to do some work here to keep Waterloo's streak going.
Well, it's not going to be Samwise, as we are going to see Slate getting the refrag onto Goose Smitty. Not going to play it down, but not finding the kill. Providence there will push us through to match and series point. Now, one thing I really do want to talk about, Live Rose, is the fact that you talked about that pause. The Goyo shield as well, coming through from Purdue. I think that's a really good pick. They're reading into Waterloo's problems very, very well. They're saying, right, they pause, they stall now. That's one of the things. They can't keep this momentum going. They need to take a second to breathe, think about their game plan, how they're going to execute. Bring a Gore Shield. If they're pausing out when they want to execute, when they're starting to run low on time, this Goyo Shield's going to be a pain in the backside. Let's bring that. Let's hold these angles with these close-range SMGs. Let's really make them suffer for every little inch and pixel that they want to get. Purdue, they've done a very good job so far. One more round now. But on the flip side, Waterloo, you have to win 3 rounds and play a perfect game of Siege to get us to overtime. And then you have to win overtime. And then you have to win Oregon. Not saying the writing's on the wall, but for Waterloo, it is an uphill battle. Regardless of the outcome, though, there's a lot to take away, a lot of improvements to be made, and I say that in the most positive way I can. You've looked at this, you've shown your strengths, weaknesses. I feel like for the side of Waterloo, walk away, hold your head high. You have played a very good game.
Something very, very dangerous about this site is the roam game that Purdue brought. And on the other side, Waterloo's ineffectiveness with the ability to deal with it. Last time we were here, Waterloo did not get anywhere near the site. all the battles happen right where we're going, right where Goose Smitty is, near AVG. So are Waterloo just going to try to go for somewhere else? You can see Slade, who had spawned near Astro's side, and that might be the best plan here for Waterloo to kind of change up where they want to go. You can see that, yeah, that does seem to kind of be the strategy. Just ignore going on an Aviator game side and go for something completely different. But Slate on that western side is going to immediately get shut down. All that pressure is going to be on that Red Star's possible rush take. Mila has noticed them, shut down Ultra, and now Mila gets that second, and it might be a good night for Waterloo. You can see Slate one more in the chat. Whew. It's unfortunate that Waterloo is going down this way, but Mila is just not budging on this Red Stairs.
Yeah, the angle that Mila has, I'd like to see them hold that angle, play it very much more comfortable as Gurv is able to find Providence, because the angle on Red Stairs, holding that position, it's very difficult to contest. Now, Samwise and Gurv are about just underneath one full player's health in total. Not much time left on the clock, and they've got to push up these staircases that no doubt are going to be watched. Astro and Red, that looks like where they're going to be coming from, but Samwise takes damage, time ticks down, and Mila's still on these red stairs. I don't see it happening. A third on the board for Mila, and suddenly Samwise yet again has to clutch it out. Lagos with the drop is not going to make that happen, and that will be the end of this series. Purdue Gold will be taking the series 2-0 against Waterloo Gold.
And every single pick, every single opening pick on that half was on the side of Purdue. So that shows you that their roamers were putting in the work. They were making sure that the entry went on over to Purdue, that there was no advantage that Waterloo could be given. And the only round that Waterloo was able to be getting was a possible, I don't want to say choke, on the side of Hangman, that 1v1 situation that the unfortunate C4 and the miss side, just it happens, but you still went away with the win in the end. So Purdue, a very good match against Waterloo. They showed that they were the dominant team tonight.
Yeah, I feel like you have to look at it and say that they were, you know, the favorites coming into this matchup for a reason. Waterloo, they came in as underdogs. They've impressed me. I'm very happy with how they played. I'm looking forward to seeing them later in the season, but unfortunately, this series isn't the one for them. Like I said, though, this is where I want to see the development. I mean, this is only the second week of the NECCC Rainbow Six Siege, so this is where we put the practice in, the hours, really start to hone in on some of these problem areas. But side of Purdue, they seem to have got it unlocked very, very well. How are they going to deal against some of these higher level teams, some of these possible league favorites? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to keep watching the NECC. But like, that is all from us tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no more matches after it. I know it's getting late, especially for Creedy, who it is 4 a.m. over where he lives. So, you know,
Yep,
we might want
just
to
about.
might want to end this one quickly. He can get some sleep. I know he's got an early morning as well. But yeah, that is going to be it from us. Purdue ending this one on a 2-0, very dominant fashion. And they're looking forward to the next coming weeks to show how dominant they can be. Waterloo have some things to improve on, but there are definitely some things that they had some great jobs on. But that is it. I am Light Rose. Like I just said, that is McCready, who needs to definitely go to sleep. And we thank you so much for joining us tonight on NECC. We hope you have a wonderful night and the rest of your wonderful week. This round into the books. 1-0 for Purdue, and it seems
Taking
like
control, Providence looks like they're about to push in. Ultra goes on the hunt, finds, and puts Purdue into a little bit of an awkward situation. That is before Lagos just...
which they are. Samwise is a very dangerous position. They're going to peek in and they're going to do a great. This could be the round that they need. Mila's going to be able to push this. They're going to be able to take out. But already another good start for Waterloo. But Gurv's got to be very, very careful here. And they're going to, warning has come out. It's going to push the Wamai to a little bit of a safe spot. But ooh, Hangman plays from in the corner of Stature. And they could have another great play. Sticky situation with Samwise in the corner if nobody's ready. But they are. And that's just left up to Ultra Kill. And they're going to try to stop them. They're going to be able to take out Hangman. And very, very carefully, a little bit closer, try to get any advantage that they can, but it's going to be right now. Yeah, right now, we are going to see these black guys do some it. So Slate, if they play their cards right there, going to be a sleek over. No, gonna be able to take him on. And Samwise taking a lot of damage in the process. A lot of bullets in this hallway. As now we're at a 3v3. Suvin going into study and a very risky plays. Just peeking it again after the Zofia!
Oh.
And through the wall.
Oh! And goes into study to try and look for a third, while Mila will be able to find a kill. Goose just you've gone above the Call of Duty. While Purdue, they will take that diffuser, the C4 intel. Look at that C4, and while Curve gets taken away, well, it's still a 3
and ready to attack anybody who leaves Aviator, but exactly there.
Immediately you're able to jump downstairs, get away, go for another gunfight as Curve is able to find a victory in their own. Finds Hangman, backs off, good, gets refragged to get shot at. Like you said, the positioning is perfect. Slate's able to strike sight last time. Well, they're going on the hunt. They're able to find Ultra. They're aware of the shotgun. Second has to look for a third as Suvin's taken away. Slate in Memorial gets the player of gunfight. As the plant starts to go down. One player plants, one player covers. But not for the player of Mila. That Mozzie Commando 9 will be able to find a kill. Sharks are circling. And Purdue, with very little effort, are able to close out that round.
Waterloo actually going up these main stairs. Mila is going to get taken out, but they're doors now that have been almost prepped and immediately been taken out. There is going to be loggers going on. Slate could do some magic, especially as the gun from Suvin. Going to be able to take out one, even enough. And Hangman's going to go into study. Going to be able to find one. Finds two. Distraction ploy as now Hangman has entered the site. A little bit more damage done, but it's of Hangman. And a very, very close one. And Purdue are not...
I'd say they deserve to be a lot closer, but... Right now, Lagos, he doesn't agree.
As Ultra now has to be aware of Providence, who's got a great angle onto here and a great shot to do some work here to keep Waterloo streak going.
Well, it's not going to be Sevens there. Will pushes through to match and series point now.
Mila has noticed them, shut down Ultra, and now Mila gets that.
Make that happen, and that will be the end of this series. Purdue Gold will be...
to the basement, and they're just not going to be able to set up the attacks already. Not going
through. Ultra pushing through. Will find a kill. We're going to take it out. Providence finding a second.
Really going to work out, but it's not going to work out for Waterloo. They're going to keep but Slate on probably about 5 HP. Is going to throw that frag grenade.
Yeah, it felt like Waterloo. They were very much pushed into a situation that they
hang out right by the fan. Oh, things are looking very, very dangerous. If Milo finds the right shot, they're going to fight two through the wall. Oh, and there we go. With only Gerb left outside, 10 seconds left. They're immediately...
First casualty of this round. That Jackal of Slate really getting to work. Will find a
have a huge play here. They're going to creep up those blue stairs with the shotgun, and they're going to find it. The frag grenade is just going to be too slow, and it's going to be 4v3, and a 4v has been able to peek them.
Yes, and playing over towards that blue, we're going to have laggers. An option other than to drop it to Moto. Has to start pushing onto site. Looks to the gunfight with Mila. Is leading the charge. Is going to be taken out almost immediately by the refrag from Ultra. As Hangman's able to find a kill, even that player count. Providence down below looks at the hunt. Fight in the 1 versus 2. Has to keep that diffuser safe. Isn't going to be able to pick Slane's left. You have the eyes on the diffuser. But a player down below, you're going to be able to find a kill. Cameras for either side at the moment. As that bearing line comes out, it's going to be Hangman.
Depending on how long Slate would have prepared it, but oh my gosh, members to go against Providence, Hangman, and Goose Mini. They're going to be able to find one, but they immediately have this one if they play their cards right.
Yeah, now with the smoke canisters and the smoke canisters, they're gonna have to take the gunfight. The Goomites, that's not gonna work. Let's see. Aggression goes with the swing, doesn't find a kill. Goose Mini isn't gonna be taken out.
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.